everybody. Sorry, I'm running late as usual. Hello, Shelling P, Jasmine. Everybody else, come on in while I try to. Sorry, y'all. I got to get this camera right and get myself. I got to get myself together. Get these kids together out here. I'm trying to think. Do I have enough light? I don't know if I have enough light. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. I'm gonna turn the light on. Hold on. Let me adjust my settings a little bit. The lighting is good. Okay. Let me adjust these settings. Hold on. Adjust my settings. Nice shirt. Yeah, this is my shirt. BTS World Tour. I love the sweatshirt. I did an unboxing on my shorts for my shirt. Where's Yugi? It's almost the birthday boy. The birthday boy. Hello. Yes, I got my shirt on that I got in the mail. It's almost the birthday boy's day. Almost the birthday boy. It's almost, you know what? I panicked. I had a straight up panic, y'all, because I realized it's almost Sugar's birthday. And I'm just like, I had a freaking meltdown today. Anyway, welcome to my channel. Hi, I was supposed to have an intro. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm Nomadic Kitty. Well, I'm not Nomadic Kitty. My channel's Nomadic Kitty. Actually, the kitty of Nomadic Kitty is an orange tabby named Kaja. Kaja is the cat that's on the avatar. That's not me. That's the Seoul Korean cat. Which, if you look at my channel, she has her own playlist. So there's an AI cat that goes on adventures. And she is the avatar of the channel. And she's really the kitty of Nomadic Kitty. I am Kiki, by the way. Some of y'all didn't know that, but my name is Kiki. That's my nickname. Well, I have many nicknames, but Kiki is one of them. But yeah, welcome to my channel where we discuss K-pop and the K-pop industry. This is the weekly live stream. I have so many people that watch this on the rewatch that I am questioning people's sanity because I'm just like, what are y'all doing? They're like, we're watching it on the rewatch for 4 hours. They're like, I'm cleaning the house. I'm at work, and they'll just watch the whole thing or listen to it for 4 hours. I'm questioning you guys' sanity, but I appreciate it. Today, what did I do today? Today is a busy day. Today is a very rainy day in North Texas. I went to the North Texas Teen Book Convention. It's like this RL's, like, I don't know if you guys know who R.L. Stein is. Did I see the new commercial they dropped tonight? No. Is it a BTS commercial? I gotta look it up. But anyway, I don't know if you guys know who R.L. Stein is. He did the Goosebumps. He was there. And so the line for R.L. Stein was literally like around the convention. It was at Irving Convention Center. These people, there was many authors. There was like 6 different authors there. And they had it was like a regular convention. They had like a whole dealer room where people could buy books and book merchandise, like, you know, stuff like that. And then they had meeting rooms where they talked about different like book topics. Like they had one meeting, they had and they had a schedule, like from 9 to 10, they discussed like fantasy books. And then they had some publishers there, and publishers were talking to authors, new authors that are trying to get their books published. And so they had different meeting rooms and different talks and like panels of authors. It's like a super convention for book nerds, which I am for one. I'm a book nerd. So Lisa says she's gonna binge. I appreciate it. Almost everybody knows who R.L. Stein. You'd be surprised, 5th grade. There are people who are like, who? They especially a lot of the younger generation. Like my kids, they're into those kind of books. But like my daughter, there's schools that go to attend these things. And there are some people, like my daughter was saying, my daughter's 12. And there are some people in her class didn't know who R.L. Stein is because kids don't read. Like, where y'all been? Y'all know kids don't know how to read these days. But my daughter's a big reader. I'm a big reader. And so my daughter is a reader. But yeah, there were some kids in my daughter's class that had no idea who R.L. Stein is. Which is amazing because I used to I go to Happy Stands OT. I go to Dallas Comic-Con every year. Like me and my kids, we didn't go last year because we were out of town. But we go to, like, I have pictures. One day I'll show you guys. I have pictures of me and my kids dressed up because my kids like to where they like my son makes costumes. My kids, I'm a cosplay sci-fi nerd. That I like sci-fi and nerdy shit more than I like K-pop. It trumps my K-pop. But you guys are talking about a BTS commercial. But anyway, today we're gonna talk about the BTS updates. And like I said, I'm tired. I had a good day, but I'm tired. It was rainy all day. I had to drive through the rain. It took us an hour to get there. So, I'm trying to find this BTS commercial you guys are talking about. I'm gonna need something a bit more specific because when I search YouTube and I bring up BTS commercial, it brings up all kinds of things. Are y'all talking about the GQ thing, or are you talking about the Netflix commercial? I need. Fifth grade said things have changed. Yes, honey. Things have definitely changed. Kids do not read. I am fortunate enough to have kids that read, and the teachers love it. Like my daughter is, but then my kids they grew up with me buying them books because I'm a big nerd and I'm a big reader and I'm a writer. So, my kids don't write. My kids have no interest in writing, but my daughter likes to read in particular. My son, he'll get in the mood when the mood strikes him, but I hate driving in the rain too, Marie Miller. I hate drive. I don't like driving, period. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I hate driving, period. But I'm trying to see. Oh yeah, fifth grade. Like people come on and tell me like, well, kids like this and kids like that. I'm like, I have kids. I have teenagers. People are like kids. I'm like my kids. I'm like my kids have friends, and I always ask them things. I'm always asking my kids' friends things like, do you guys like this? Do you guys like that? And they be like, we don't like that. Hello, Jennifer. Good morning, good night from Belgium. It's nighttime here, y'all. It's almost 8 p.m. here, so it's a little bit after. Is the new commercial with them having the Netflix chip bags? So I got to look up BTS commercial. I'm still trying to find this commercial Netflix. Hold on, y'all. I have to get specific because if I put in, hello, Sane LaSuite. Oh my God, I can't pronounce that name. It's 2:40 a.m. Jennifer, y'all. Jennifer is up. She's wild. She up. She talking about it's 2:40 in the morning. I'm up. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to find this commercial. Yes, that's the commercial. Okay, so it's a Netflix because that is a Netflix thing. Netflix. My son's supposed to get his clothes out the laundry, so I hear the thing going doo 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 doo. I was like, if you don't get these clothes out. Okay, I'm searching for it. Did it come out today, or was this a couple of days ago? I'm looking for it, y'all. Because I see the comeback commercial. I see that. I'm looking. I'm looking, y'all. I'm trying to find it. You just saw the Netflix ad? Where did you see the Netflix ad at? Is it on the Netflix channel? Let's see if it's on the Netflix channel. Let me see. Because I'm not seeing it. I saw the ad where they each have a letter. They're all like somebody's carrying an N. They're all like, I saw that. Maybe I'll look for it later. But yeah, I saw the one where they're holding the letters. And no, I have not seen the chip bag. And then I seen the ones where they were twirling around. They're having to the copy the link in the chat. Okay. Well, you guys are gonna have to copy the link because I can't find it. I can't find it. I see a bunch of shorts. Like I said, let me try to go to Netflix. But anyway, let me talk while I'm doing this. If you guys have been in a rock, BTS came out with their Netflix ad about their live concert. Jennifer is a hater. Jennifer said, not this Jennifer in the chat room, but my friend Jennifer, my sister-in-law, my K-pop pusher, she'll be on here soon. She'll probably fly in here and be like, because I asked her, I said, Jennifer, are you going to get up and watch it? And she told me no. She's like, no. I'm like, what? She's like, I'm not getting up and watching it. I'll get up at 6 a.m. She's like, it's going to be like 6 a.m. So Jennifer is not going to watch it, but I will watch it. Netflix. Did I spell it right? Okay, let me see if I can go to the Netflix channel and maybe they will have Wait a minute, hold on. I just saw something. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. It says, we've been waiting for you. BTS The Comeback. It's on Netflix. Sugar is looking. I see a commercial where they're in a room, and I'm watching it right now. Okay, let me see. Is this it? Oh, it is the chip bags. Okay, I see. This is cute. Oh, I see. I want the Netflix popcorn or chips. Are you insane, Netflix? Don't be out there showing stuff like this because I want it. Oh, this is cute. Okay, let me watch it again. It's new there? You don't have Netflix though? Oh, two people are going to stream it with Patreon. Yeah, why do they have a Netflix bags? Sugar looks so cute. What is with these bags? I want this bag. He said, J-Hope says we have plenty of time to go. Did you bring anything? He said, me, I brought a lot. Jimin, he said, you want some? Taeyong says, hey, can I have this? This is really good. Jungkook eating, of course. And then they hand us the remote, I guess. That was cute. That was cute. That was real cute. Okay, y'all. That was cute. It says, we've been waiting for you, BTS The Comeback Live. Okay. Hello, Katina. We're watching the Netflix commercial. I was watching it live. Yeah, Jim and holding all the snacks, honey. I did not see this. This just released an hour ago, so you guys are on it. It's very cute. Very, very, very cute. John B1. John B1. Very cute. So Netflix had this whole thing with BTS, if you guys missed it. They've had like vignettes and little commercials and everything. Netflix is doing it big. Netflix is cute. Netflix, and again, let me emphasize, this is Netflix. This is Netflix campaign. This is in conjunction with Big Hit and BTS. But this is a Netflix thing. Like the Netflix PR people came together and thought of like, this is for them. Netflix wants more subscribers, more views, of course. So Netflix have been good. Netflix, their advertisement used to be horrible, but Netflix, I commend them lately because they've been doing a lot better in their advertisement. So yes, I would say that Netflix, good job, Netflix. So that came out. What else happened to BTS besides the Netflix? Y'all tell me, besides the Netflix ad, why am this is why I normally write down all this stuff and I can't be trusted to keep what happened this week with BTS. Besides the Netflix thing. I know last week we talked about Jungkook and his Weverse a little bit. We talked about that. Oh, the GQ. Thank you, Katina. The GQ interview. So yes, BTS did this cute online, if you haven't seen it, GQ interview where they actually, okay, and wait a minute. Yeah, Katina. Okay, wait a minute. Time out. I'm mad at y'all. I have a bone. Everybody who's watching this video, I'm going to windmill on all of y'all. Okay, why didn't anybody tell me that BTS was online creating a whole account, answering people's questions? Why ain't nobody tell me that? I watched the GQ thing and I was like, oh, they're going to answer questions from the fans, thinking they're just kind of like do a BuzzFeed thing. No, it's like BTS went online and they created an account. Like it said like, this is really us, or this is us. And I was like, didn't nobody tell me? Didn't nobody tell me my man was online, my man? Like nobody told me my husband was out. Jasmine, you didn't know. Okay, you off the hook. Go on, girl. Okay, you fine. But for the people who knew this, why didn't y'all run to my channel and come tell me? Like I'm so let down by y'all right now. I was like, my husband over here answering questions, and nobody was like, Keisha, your husband online. Nobody was like, hey, your husband, they got an account. They said it's the real BTS. I would have ran to the internet. I would have ran to social media. I would have ran up on social media, and I would have been like, everybody, y'all didn't know either? Damn, nobody knew? I'm so upset. I'm like, why didn't nobody tell me this was what was going on? Y'all, my whole husband up here. My man was on my man. I was like, my husband, I'm coming. I was like, oh. I was so heartbroken. I was like, I couldn't shoot my shot, y'all. I was like, damn, like nobody knew. Oh, HYBE has a video on it that I won't watch because I had it with K Media going after them all. Oh, okay, really, really, okay. You finally saw the BTS. Yeah, they look really handsome. Y'all, nobody knew apparently. I was like, damn, nobody knew. I was like, who is these fans asking these questions? Because apparently nobody knew. Yeah, nah, I was like, Katina, I was so disappointed. I was like, my man, I could have been shooting my shot on internet. I would have been like, dear Yoongi, I will be your wife and concubine. I will rub your feet. Like, I was ready to shoot my shot. I was like, I should go online real quick and just shoot my shot. Like, I was offering me to be a concubine. Like, I was all ready for it. It would have been like the handmaiden's tale up in this bitch. Like, I was ready for it. I was like, I had my little thing typed up and everything. I was like, dear Yoongi. Dear Yoongi, I don't care if you have a girlfriend. It's fine. We can share. I'm not greedy. I would have been like, I ain't greedy. Like, I don't care. Like, it's okay. They even edited the Wikipedia information. I was like, yes, y'all know I would have been up there like, dear Yoongi, it's fine. Do you want me to rub your feet? Like, I'll suck on your toes. I don't even like toes. But for you, Yoongi, I will learn to like them. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was cracking myself up the other day. I was like, yeah, I'm like, you think they randomly go online and check? I think RM does too. I think RM is online a lot. And JK, yes. I don't know about J-Hope, but I from what I know, RM and JK and V spend a lot of time online, from what I know. What y'all laughing? I'd be like, I don't even like toes, but I would learn to like them. Baby, let me tell y'all something. Like, normally I'm a introverted person. I'm not like an out there, kind of person. I'm very like reserved and low key most of the time. Most of the time. I should have turned my heat off. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can find. I gotta turn my heat off, y'all. One fan asked them about them chatting on the group chat. Yeah, I said that. They were like, why am I was like, why are we not in the group chat? Yes, I saw the kiss the Jim and Blue HYBE. I was like, HYBE was like, he was like, ooh. Oh, they out here watching? I doubt it, Katina. I know that makes me, I have no hope that BTS has ever seen any of my videos. I risk it all. Yoongi had me risking it all, honey. I was saying, I was like, normally, like I was saying, like when it comes to dealing with dudes, dealing with men, I'm like, kind of like, whatever, like I was married, for like 8 years to a wonderful person. But sometimes, when you marry a person, be getting on your nerves, you know how that go. And so I had a husband that was very easygoing, very funny, very Jen-like. And I was fortunate to have a husband that dealt with my pickiness, because I'm a clean freak. I like things like just like I like things just so. So I kind of have that tendency in my personality where I get anxious and mean when things are kind of like out of its place. So I kind of trip on that. But I acknowledge that. Like, I'm not, like, in a relationship, I'm probably not one of the easygoing people. But for Yoongi, I mean, all that would change. Like, I would talk to Yoongi in hushed tones, and I'd be like, honey, like, I would be a whole nother person. Like, normally dudes, I'd be like, whatever, I don't have time for you. Psh, bounce, whatever, psh, whatever. Like, okay, for Yoongi, I'd be like, honey, are you sleeping? Are you taking a nap? You want me to get you something to eat, honey? Would you like for me to give you a back rub? Would you like something to eat? I'm telling you, you have me doing things and talking in hushed tones that I ain't never. Girl, I'll be every time like, you want something to eat, baby? I'll get you something to eat. Let me just, baby, it's okay. Just take a nap, sweetie. It's fine. Baby, y'all be, if ever the day would happen, I would come on this live stream and be like, hey guys, how you doing? Y'all be like, who is you? Who is this? Who is you? Where is the real Kiki at? clone. Somebody done cloned her ass. Y'all be like, I don't know who this is. Up here talking, he hushed. Y'all be like, who is this woman? Where is the real one at? Girl, I be up here like, you know what? Girl, my whole demeanor would be like, you know, life is just, it's so much meaning. It's such a gift. Such a gift. I just, you know, I would like to say the peace that I've had upon my spirit. I'm feeling very peaceful in my spirit. Like, if y'all ever hear me talking some shit like that, y'all be like, like like something going. I ain't never in my life talk like that. Never. Y'all be like, oh no. Oh, I ain't never been that docile about nothing in my entire life. You can have me up here like, oh, amazing grace, how sweet. I'll be up here just peaceful. Peace be still, my heart. Y'all. He believes in me. Y'all be like, get the fuck out of here. Y'all be like, who is this? Y'all be like, who is this person? Peace be. Girl, I'll be up here singing him. Y'all be like, they be like, oh. Yoongi didn't got to her. She up here talking about peace be still to the Lord. Yes, Jesus. Yes, Lord. Like, y'all be like, oh, no. Then y'all will understand. I'm serious. I'll be up here talking about, good morning, love. How's your day, love? You having a blessed day? Like, stuff. I ain't never in my life talked to no man like that in my entire whole life. My life is like, get over there. I don't care. Peace be in me. Say he believe. I believe I can fly. I'll be singing R. Kelly songs. I ain't like R. Kelly. I believe in love. I don't like slow songs. I don't like love music. Let Yoongi walk. Let me find a man that look like Yoongi. I'll be totally in my soft girl era. I just be like, sometimes you gotta believe in love. Y'all be like, oh, she in her soft girl era. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Someone sing my lord. Like, y'all be like, You're right. I'm gonna go to the. It would just be a shame. That's why I can't handle it. But anyway, man, I thought about that the other day and I was cracking up. I was like, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee shouldn't be out here that fine in these streets. Girl, I need some HYBE water. Y'all be like, throw some water on her. Something wrong with her. Like, I don't know what she. Like I said, if I ever found a dude that looked like Yoongi, I just be like, ooh, ooh. I was like, oh my God. Like, she done lost her mind. Good night, Ray. Oh. I did. I'll be crazy. Like, y'all would see how my whole personality would change when I would talk to him. You know, just like what I do with my kids. Like, when I'm with my kids, like, you hear me talk to my children. It's like a whole night and day. When I talk to my kids, I'm like, yes, sweetie, da, da, da. But then, like, when you get me on the road, you get me driving, I'm like, hear me driving. I'm driving by myself. Because I hate to drive, by the way. I'm driving by myself. I'm driving. I'm like, look at him over there. Get out of my way. What the fuck? I get my kids in the car, I'm like, when I get in the car by myself, I be cussing I cuss like a sailor. Like, if you ever hear me like get real agitated, like you'll see a whole nother side of me, you know. But with my kids, I'm like, yes, dear. Yes, my love. Yes. Yeah. Like, to hear me talk to my kids is so loving. You know, it's like, sweetie, do you need to do this? Like, I always talk to my kids, and like, they hardly ever see, except when I get really, really angry, like the real harsh side of me. And so I always talk to my kids in like these, hushed tones. I'm like, but then you hear me talk to anybody else, except for at work. Work, I got to be professional. But if you hear me talk to somebody else, like when me and Jennifer talk, it's like, girl, I can't believe they having girl meeting neither. Girl, ain't that some bullshit? Motherfucker. Like, that's how we talk all the time. We just two hood chicks. But then when I talk to my kids, I'm like, yes, love. Yes, honey. Da, 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 da. So it's just like a whole day. I have many facets. Yoongi needs someone to go to the movies with. I know Yoongi was talking about, he said if he wasn't famous, he would sleep all day. I said, girl. Namjoon said he went to the movies. He's like, I went. And then let me tell you about that GQ interview. They was talking about going to the bathhouse. Child, I was on the ground dying. Because I thought about, okay, so in America, us going to a bathhouse or a spa is different in Korea. Okay, so in America, y'all got me dying over here. Like, they have spas, and you go to spas, and they put you in like these little robes and these little outfits, because we have spas here. We actually have a Korean spa here, but it's nothing like when you go to South Korea and they talk about going to bathhouse and spas, it's naked. Like, you walk in there, like you go to a spa, and then the little ladies are standing there, and they like have towels, and then you go to a spa, and like, you looking around, I'm like, so where's the outfit I need to wear? And they looking at you like, outfit? Like, to them, it's really unhygienic to go into a spa with clothes on. Now, they may give you like the little flip-flops and little shoes you wear, but to wear clothes inside a spa is nasty. Like, they'll look at you like something's fucking wrong with you. But for Europeans and Americans, like, I gotta walk in the spa and I gotta get naked? Let me tell y'all, I had an existential breakdown when I had to go to a spa, and then they were doing this body scrub. So I had this bathing suit on, and I was like, ooh, I'm ready for my body scrub. These little old Asian ladies looked at me like the lady said to me, she looked at me, she said, you want body scrub? I said, yeah. I said, yeah, I want the peppermint one. She said, okay, you lay down on the table. She said, but I was ready to lay on the table. She said, what you doing? What you doing? She said, no, you got to shower first. So I was like, okay. So I went over there and showered first, right? I showered. And I put my bodysuit back on. Put my bathing suit on. She looked at me. She said, what you got that on for? I said, what do you mean? She said, what you? She said, no. You got to be naked. I said, I looked at that lady. I was thinking to myself, bitch, you better take me to dinner first before you have me get naked. Like, I'm gonna need a prior arrangement. Like, I'm gonna need you to take me out to dinner or something. I looked at that lady. I said, what? And she pointed to the sign, and I didn't read the sign. And it said nude body scrub. And I looked at her, and I looked at the sign, and I was like, she said, you can't get in the whirlpool yet. And then I said, well, what about the salt whirlpool? That lady looked at me. She said, you couldn't. She said, no. I'm like, okay. I'm like, that means I got to be naked. She's like, you can't wear bathing suit in the world. Like, she looked at me like I was stupid. Like, she looked like, bitch, you stupid. And I was like, well, I gotta get naked to be in the world. She's like, of course. I'm like, so I was like, okay. So, like, it's trauma. Like, my brain is like, okay, what? I really wanted to get in this salt whirlpool, and I really wanted to body scrub. So I'm like, okay. And so I asked the lady, I was like, was there any place I can undress? The lady looked at me. No, you just take it off right here. She's like, ma'am, what's the problem? I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay, Kiki, we can do this. I was like, okay, we can. I'm like, shit. So in Korea, the bathhouse, when they talked about Jimin was shy to go in the bathhouse because they're naked. Like, I didn't realize that they're naked. Like, you go to a bathhouse, you have to be naked. I was traumatized. I was so traumatized. Like I did the bath scrub and I was like this. I am not one to be naked, So yes, when they talk about going to the bathhouse, and there's a bunch of old people in the bathhouse, like there's a bunch of old dudes. Like for the men, there's a bunch of old men. So you walk in the bathhouse, there's just a bunch of old guys just sitting around naked, talking and smoking. They just sitting there like this, just legs, just man spreading. Just from what I've been told, man spreading. Man spreading. Just they just sitting up in the bathhouse, and again, for Europeans and Americans, a lot of men are like, especially men, don't want to go into a bathhouse with other men sitting there. And that's the same thing for the women. I had to sit there and take my clothes off and had these two Korean ladies scrub my body. It was the best body scrub I ever had. But there are a bunch of women, and then they have like a whirlpool, and there's a bunch of women in there just talking, and they're naked. And that is a culture shock. That is a shock for me. Because again, I am not one to get naked in front of anybody. Like I am not, like, hey, because some women don't care. They just, I just, yes. Well, yeah, RM and Jimin went together, and Sugar and Jimin went together. Yes, and he said that Jimin was kind of shy. Yeah, because you've never been to a bathhouse before, and you walk in there, and these people everybody's naked, and so I could imagine them like sitting together, like not saying that the BTS members haven't seen each other naked, but there's a difference between somebody like seeing you naked, like a flash, like your friend takes her clothes off and she puts it back on, but there's a different vibe to sitting around your friends naked, like just. You looking around, you trying to like not, you looking over here. What's that noise over there? To sit around women naked is a whole vibe and a whole different situation. And for a lot of men, even in South Korea, even though they know how it goes, some of the men are not comfortable, like sitting around a bunch of men and you're just like, where do my eyes go? Like you don't want to stare to be like a freak or a weirdo. But yes, that's what he's saying. At first, Jimin was real shy because he probably like, I had to get naked in front of these. Oh, I needed therapy. I'm gonna be honest. It traumatized me. Like that really did. That really messed with my mind, Katina. Because again, I'm not one to be naked in front of anybody. I didn't even like being naked in front of my husband, much less sitting around with women. And then like the idea of having. Like the men go to the bathhouses and they get massages and stuff like that. And most of the time, all of the time, the bathhouses are full of men. So the staff are men. The people giving you body massages is men. And they have body scrubs and stuff like that. But it's all men. So again, in South Korea, it's not a thing. You have whole families that go to a bathhouse. Like you'll have the father, the grandfather, the uncles, the kids. Like even little kids go to a male bathhouse. So it's not just for adults. Like a lot of people, when you think of bathhouse, a lot of people think of like people over the age 18. No, there will be like young men there, like 12, 11, because it's not considered like a sexual thing or a taboo to be naked at a bathhouse. It's just something that like kind of like what everybody does. They may do it once or twice a year. And it's people there with their dads, sitting there talking to their dads naked. I was like, do women get different? Yes, women have totally different room. All the staff are women. A lot of times the bathhouse is completely separated. Men have their own bathhouses and women have their own bathhouses. And so the men and women, they don't go to the same facilities. They go to total separate facilities. And again, to sit around a bunch of strange women, and even women that I do know, naked is not my idea of fun. I wouldn't recommend. And it is a hard thing for Americans and Europeans to really wrap their minds around, because you go to a European spa and it's like a spa here in America where you wear a little smock and you wear like you're not like naked unless you really want to be, But for me, I'm not comfortable with nudity. Anybody else, mine or anybody else's. It's kind of like, yeah, it is. And the men walk around, like I said, I couldn't believe it. And to them, it's not a big deal for men to walk around naked with other men. Like they'll walk around the whole spa. Like there's different rooms. You can go to the sauna, you can go to the massage room, and that's what they just walk around. They just walking around naked. Just and I'm just like, what? And I had a guy tell me like he European and he was like freaked out. He was like, he didn't know what to say. Like he was like almost traumatized because he had never been around naked men. Like just walking around naked, like just, shriveled twig and berries walking. So yeah, I wanted to add that because I heard them talking about bathhouse and I was cracking up. I was like, I imagine Jimmy was probably like, what? And I can imagine Sugar just be like, whatever. Oh, Morocco has the bathhouses too. Each is a heat higher. Yeah. I like a good sauna because I like heat. I'm a heat person. Yeah, he said Jim said he was shy because Sugar was talking to, and I'm sure he was like, I cracked up laughing because I can imagine Jim and oh, don't go talk to them. Oh, because then like once you talk to them, they're gonna probably most likely come over there and sit next to you or invite you to sit with them, and so here you are. I'm picturing Jim sitting across from these men. Sitting across from these older men, like in their 50s, 60s, 70s. And I can see poor Jim just like. So it's like I said, it's different than him going with Sugar, and they would just stay together. But then Sugar over here talking to the old man, and Jim is probably like, "What the fuck are you doing? Why are we sitting?" And then here they come, like, "Hey, hey, what are you doing? Hey, young fellas," and they like. Jim is probably like, oh my God. Tell me, do I know? Yes, I know Stray Kids. I went to their concert. I even have a whole vlog. I even have a whole playlist of Stray Kids stuff on my channel. So I can imagine being shy because you're talking to older men and then here they come. And then you're like, oh God. And they're shriveled up twig and berries. And you're just like, don't look, don't look. Like, oh, I don't even know these men. Like, why are we inviting? Here they come, and they gonna want to come over there and talk. Yeah, poor Jim. Oh, so I was cracking up watching. But GQ interview was cute. It was good. It was good to see all together. You should I should have went with Nam Jim, right? Yes, I said it shriveled up twig and berries, honey. I just. Poor Jim he probably was like, Sugar. He probably like, oh God, here you go. Right. Like he's like, I should have brought Tay. Somebody else should have went with me, not Sugar. His Sugar want to go over and talk to people. Because it wouldn't be a situation where I would want to talk to other ladies that I don't know. That wouldn't be a situation that I would be comfortable. I wouldn't want to sit there and invite, hey, ladies, I'd be like. So I thought that was hilarious that they brought that up. And I wanted to bring that up in the live stream because I was like, bro, a bathhouse? I'm like, y'all went to a bathhouse together? Like I said, which is not unusual for men to do. Like friends do that, family members do that. People do it all the time. And I'm full disclosure, I love a good spa. Like I thought about going to the spa this week. Because the Korean spa, they closed down, and I think I got to look it up and see if they're reopened. Because we have two big spas. One is in Dallas, one is in Carrollton. And I like to go to the one in Carrollton. It's closer. But they've been closed for months now for renovations. So I really need to go to the spa. Because I've had like a really harsh couple of weeks. Like I've been very, very busy. So I would really like to go there. But the GQ interview, if you have not seen it, please go out and see it. What else was I going to talk about besides the BTS updates? Any other updates that I need to? There is a Samsung ads, Minyoongi. I forgot to bring it up. Minyoongi has the Samsung ads. He has the Samsung earbud ads. And then he also has the Samsung Fold phone that I almost bought a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. I can imagine Sugar just walking around talking to people. I can see that. Just him just like, I don't think Sugar, he doesn't strike to me as the shy type, like in that way. He must have helped. Yeah, he was over there blowing kisses. But I I was like, Jimin is so flirtatious, y'all. But yes, I saw Sugar Samsung. Um, his ads. If you guys have not seen that, then go see the Samsung ads. It's very cool, very neat, very cool. Okay, and see, I'm trying to think what else. I think that's it. I think that's all the updates I have. It's getting closer to the album release, you guys. And also tonight we're going to talk about what happened with the HYBE situation. We're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about like that the story that I just published about the quote unquote YouTuber that is exposing Bang PD or whatever. We're going to talk about that for sure, just like in the thumbnail. The second thing I want to talk about is once again, we're going to go on to the next story. The next installment of the 100 agency. I've been talking about this agency for a month now. I've done videos about the situation with CBX, the 3-unit member, formerly members of XO. I've talked about Taemin. Taemin has left he's left that agency. He had 2 months left in his 2-year contract, and he decided to cash out early. Also, this 100 agency has signed up Taemin they had signed him up without him knowing to some contract. And he didn't even know about it. They were just like, oh, by the way, we signed you up. And he was like, okay, I didn't even agree to that. Like what? And they signed him up for some contract. They didn't specify what company is for. But 100 Agency is the agency that's been around since 2023. They bought a label or a company called BPM. And BPM is the home of many artists like The Boys, Taemin, Bad Villain, Vivix, and some actors. There's some actors too that are in there. And there's another solo Korean male singer. And they also bought 100 also bought a company called IMB 100, which is owned by Baekhyun and Chin and Schumann, which is the CBX members. They own that company. And so 100 bought their company because they split from SM Entertainment. I said in my first video about the things that were going on that they couldn't pay. And so somebody came in my comment section talking some Delulu madness. I didn't know what they were. Again, I'm somebody's going to have to translate for me. I don't understand. Again, this person's whole entire point, I didn't understand what they were talking about. I was like, what are you? I was really confused because, again, whatever happens to CBX and Taemin and all these groups are not these groups' fault. It is the fault of the agency. I said that Taemin and CBX and his other people have not gotten paid. Somebody was arguing with me, and I'm just like, what do you? And again, I have to remind people, I discuss what's in the news. I don't write the news. I'm not going online on social media and picking up gossip points. Like if I wanted to do that, I could do that all day. But I'm reading news stories. It's not like I'm writing this story. So if a person has a problem with the news story, then they need to take it up with the outlets that report these things. And 9 times out of 10, there's various outlets reporting certain things that this agency was in trouble. Well, come 2 weeks later, Taemin decides to end his contract, and then it was found out that he was actually paying staff out of his pocket because his agency is having problems, even though they're trying to deny that they have problems. So again, I didn't understand what Delulu madness. This person is from South Africa. I didn't know what they were talking about. I was like, I don't know if it's lost in translation. I don't know. But I was like, what are you talking? So maybe you guys can enlighten me and help me understand, because I was thoroughly confused. But Taemin has left the agency. Also, recently, just this week, there's a member of The Boys who went to Fashion Week. And fans were upset because he went to Fashion Week and there was no security, no press, and stuff like that. And I told people this is what's going on. This poor boy, allegedly, allegedly, I have to say allegedly, from what I heard in these K-pop streets, he went to Paris Fashion Week. He was there by himself because, again, he is contractually obligated to be there. The agency allegedly did not have any money to fly this kid to Paris Fashion Week. I heard allegedly that he paid his own money to fly himself out. Normally when people go to Fashion Week or whatever, like Jimin or Jungkook or whoever, or TXT members, Stray Kids members, they have staff with them, they have security, they're paying for their hotel room, they're paying for their flight. And they usually have staff with them. This kid showed up at Paris Fashion Week. He didn't have any staff, any handlers, any assistants, any security, nothing. The reason being is because the agency could not afford, allegedly, to do this for this kid. And I felt bad for him. It was embarrassing for him, but he had to do what he had to do because he contractually obligated to show up. But it is sad that he flew himself out there, stayed in a hotel room that apparently that he had to pay for, with no staff, no security, no press, nothing, because the agency didn't have money to do it, you know. And Taemin is very sweet to pay for staff. Taemin's, yeah, and he showed up in a taxi cab. That's right. Yes, that's his name, Ju Young, and he showed up in a taxi cab. Yes, that he had to pay for. Yes, and he needs security, and he showed up in a taxi cab. They couldn't even afford to even get a car for him, so he had to pay for his own taxi allegedly, and pay for his own expenses out there. And the company allegedly, just allegedly, the company allegedly told him to itemize his charges and send it back to the company, and that they would reimburse him. Now, as to whether he gonna get reimbursed or not, I don't know. Okay, so let's just leave it out there. I don't know whether this poor kid is going to get reimbursed. But yes, the fans were upset because they're like, and then they were like, what the fuck? And then the platform that the artists speak on, apparently the boys have moved off of that platform onto social media because apparently the company can't pay for the platform anymore. So yes, the boys, I don't know much about the boys. I don't listen to them or anything like that. But this is just another saga in 100. You know, he can't sue because they're still in a contract. So some people were saying that the staff need to sue. That's why I was trying to tell this person, staff can't sue. They're working for the company. They can't sue. They have it in their clauses that they can't sue the company while they're still with them. So he has to just, the boys have gotten off their platform because so people are afraid of what's going to happen with this group. It's just, I was like, this is just another thing. While they're up here denying that they're in financial straits, 100 is for sure in financial straits. The tax service in South Korea is investigating them. People's homes have been seized, y'all. Like, truth be told, allegedly. People's homes and apartments have been seized. Staff has not been paid. There are people who haven't been paid in 2 or 3 months. They're scared to say anything because they know if they go out there publicly and say anything, they're going to get blackballed in the industry. So the people that work there, the staff, are scared to say anything. A lot of the staff are in contracts, so they can't quit. A lot of the staff are contract workers. They're temporary workers. They're not actual real employees of the company. So they're kind of like stuck, but they are not getting paid. Their insurance is not being paid. Their benefits are not being paid. Taemin, from what I know, was not only paying the staff salary, but he was also helping members of his staff with bills. Like, from what I heard, allegedly, that he was paying people's medical bills for their parents. Because a lot of these people need money too, because they're helping their families, or they have their own medical issues, or children have medical issues. And so they weren't getting any insurance. So Taemin was out here putting in work, doing the Lord's work out here. And there are staff members, you understand, there's some of these staff members left SM, allegedly left SM to follow Taemin. So this happens frequently. You have artists or groups that are disbanded, and the staff will usually go. Taemin's been in the industry for 16 years, so he had some staff members that are like family to him. Leave SM and go follow him. So just imagine that you have told these people, or they're like, okay, wherever you go, we go. I'm rocking with you. Like, we've been together for 10, 12, 13 years. He has staff that have deep loyalty to Taemin and love him like he's family. And so they followed him and left SM. And then for them to leave SM and then now they're not getting paid, you can just imagine how bad he had felt. Like, these people that followed me, thinking that they were going to get a better deal at this agency, and then to be done dirty like this, and then leave Taemin's career like up in the air, because for sure he's a legend in the industry and he could book things, but he still needs an agency at the end of the day. The agency puts in a lot of work. You need an agency. And so either he has a choice to create his own agency or try to go somewhere else, you know. They didn't even work out the fashion house has to fly him out there. No, they did not. I don't know what kind of contract the boys have. But from what I heard, they have not been there. The payments are trickling in. That they have not paid a lot of this staff and these artists. They said that CBX are owed like they said Taemin is owed $750,000. Yeah, Taemin has left the company, yeah. But they said that they still owe Taemin $750,000. You know, Taemin is very talented, and I don't understand what the person in the comments was arguing with me. I'm like, this is not Taemin's fault. This is not his fault. He didn't left everything out there. He was in part of a legendary group. Taemin is what they call Taemin the idol of idols. Like I love Taemin. Jennifer loves Taemin. Loves him. Like loves him. And the fact that the way he's been treated is just, it's not right. And his staff has been treated. What do I opinion about Manyeon and Cat's Eye? Hold on. Whew. Oh, okay. I was gonna do a whole short because I've touched about the Mano situation in other videos. I was gonna do another video because I feel like, in my opinion, it's getting very fan fiction now. It's giving very fan fiction to me. Like the things that people like, it's kind of died down a little bit, but the things that people are saying, it's giving very fan fiction to me. Like, I think people are just online making up things. And then when things like this pop off online, I'm like, okay, who has to benefit? Like, who is benefiting from all of this? And I'm still yet to figure it out. But the Mano thing, I've done shorts, I've done videos, and I've explained basically that she's on hiatus and we'll see whether she come back. I tell people it's just a wait and see thing. All this speculation, again, is giving me very webtoon. It's giving me a webtoon vibe. It's giving me a very, like, fan fiction Wattpad thing. I was like, now people are just, like, literally just making up things now. I'm just like, okay, y'all making up shit now. We got a whole Mano fan fiction going on right now. People are speculating and just making up all kinds of wild shit. And I'm just like, there's no basis for that. People are pulling up old videos and like piecing things together. And I'm just like, this is what we doing now. We pulling up old interviews and old videos and things that were said 3 years ago. And look, I'm like, how old is this? Oh, this is from 2 years ago. What? I'm like, so we going off of shit that happened? Okay. I said, y'all are just so again, I don't know who has a vested interest to keep this in the media, but somebody I feel behind the scenes is keeping this thing going, because I've noticed patterns and I've looked at things and I'm like, who keeps this going? Somebody is keeping this going, and I don't know who to blame yet, but somebody, I feel this is an orchestrated thing to keep going in the media, because there's nothing there. There's no, we don't know why she's on hiatus. We don't know how long she's going to be gone. We don't know nobody. And then they're on social media and they're liking videos and posts and they're posting cryptic things, and Mano is posting pictures. I'm like, girl, okay, so what? I'm like, I wish they would just say what's happening or just leave the group. At this point, I want her to leave the group because I'm sick of it. I'm like, girl, won't you just leave? Like, because it's like, it's like Clue, webtoon, and fanfic all rolled into one. It's like, we're going to post we're going to like things and not like things. I'm like, okay, girl, what you trying to say? Like just come out, we just have to wait and see. I agree. Doll baby, we have to wait and see. Like I said, right now, it's just getting ridiculous. It's getting very fanfic right now. I'm like, who is writing fanfic about this? Are y'all writing fanfic? Just like, well, Mano did this and she said, and then I heard, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, okay. I'm like, so you don't really know. You just, I feel this and this. Okay, your feelings ain't facts. I had to get online and tell people, okay, your feelings ain't facts though. That's not, you know. I think because of the side, this shouldn't. That the fans shouldn't speculate. Yeah, nobody's talking. Yeah, she's on temporary hiatus. I'm just like, why? I don't understand. Get me off this timeline. I tell you, sometimes I think in life, when I think about all the things that are going on in our country and all the things that go on in K-pop, I'm like, I need off this ride because just this timeline. As somebody who is what they call a zennial, I'm what I've learned a new term. Yes, that I am what they call a zennial. Half of my life was in the past before the internet, and then the second half of my life is with social media. I remember a time when people didn't speculate. People was just like, oh well, like. So in my mindset, I'm like, why do people need to speculate? Why can't we just wait? Like I don't understand this generation. I struggle every damn day, y'all, with this shit. That's why I'm not on social media, because in my mind it's simple. I don't know. Okay, like okay, move on. Like either then people are like, well, I'm not gonna support the group anymore. We live in a generation where people gotta go on the internet and be like, I don't support this group anymore. I'm like, okay. I'm just like I had to call upon all the saints to keep. That's why I'm not on social media, because I have a hard time comprehending this generation. I don't understand the grandstanding. I don't understand why everything has to be out in public and announced, because I didn't raise my kids like this. My kids are not on social media. I raised my kids very old school, and they don't get it either. Like my kids are not taking selfies every 5 seconds. Like I could go out, you know what? I'm not even going to go off because I hate this shit. I hate it that we can't. I'm like, people can't just chill. Like no, Keisha, we can't. All right, well, fuck it. I'm like, can we just wait and see? No? Oh, I'm like, I guess I'm old school, like where people just didn't announce everything and people just, again, we had time where artists would go on hiatus all the time and we wouldn't know what the hell was going on. Y'all old folks, y'all, come on now. Y'all know back in the day, we would have artists and people that wouldn't do albums, or they would be sick for a whole year or two, and nobody would know what was going on. Everybody like, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so when that new Prince album coming out, like we would just move the fuck on. We'd be like, well, I guess Whitney on hiatus. Anyway, you know, Whitney Houston took a little hiatus. She was with Bobby Brown, and all of us was like, oh, okay, well, maybe then she started having Bobby Christina, and we was just kind of like, when Whitney gonna come out with an album? Well, she did an interview, and we don't really know. Guess what? We all moved the fuck on. We were like, well, whenever Whitney feel like she want to come out with that album, I don't know. What do you think? Well, I hope she do. I sure do miss me some Whitney. Anyway, that's how it used to be. Anyway, we're moving on. We'll see you, Whitney. We chunk the deuce on Whitney Houston and be like, let us know when the album come out. Bye, girl. We didn't know what was going on with Whitney Houston. I did not know Whitney Houston was a crackhead for okay, look, I'm gonna be honest. I heard rumors, but we did not really know that Whitney was on drugs like that for a long time. A lot of us did not know Prince was on drugs like that. We didn't know Michael Jackson, when he died of propofol. We didn't know Michael Jackson was taking the drip every night. We had no clue. I want to go back to them days where folks would just die of drug overdoses and we like, damn, they on drugs like that? I did not know Prince was on drugs. I was like, he going to the pharmacy and doing what? Like, it was a shock to the industry. And so now, like, people like, well, you know, I'm like, Whitney Houston died in a bathtub, y'all. Like, what is? We was like, Whitney Houston's a legend. A legend died in a fucking bathtub, y'all, of a drug overdose. We were kind of like, I was shook. Nobody really knew what, I mean, we kind of felt like, but we weren't like, oh, you know, it was just, it was sad. And then her daughter, Bobby Christina, died like the same way. But again, these are things that we didn't really like know, you know what I'm saying? Until like later on, then all the things started to come out about Whitney and her drug problems and Bobby Christina and all the things that was coming out. But it's like, yeah, there was rumors, yeah, there was gossip, yeah, there was, but it's like we didn't really know. No, not everybody has to know everything, and I'm just like, well, we don't really have to know everything, do we? I'm like, she gonna come back when she feel like coming back. But no, when people don't talk, then people start speculating, and then people start making up things, and I'm just like, how did we get here? I'm like, what? I just every day I just be like, thank God I'm not on social media. My brain would be spinning. I don't know how y'all get on social media and deal with it because I'm just like, I want off this timeline. I want off this fucking. Get me out of here, okay? Because this week has been crazy with K-pop. I'm like, get me out of here. Like, I just need to go. I'm just like, can we just go back to where things were semi-normal? They're not even normal. It's like, I just be like, well, and then the people who are like us, who are like, well, you know, we can wait. They're like, no. I'm like, okay, all right. I guess we're the aberration. We're the weirdos who are like, well, maybe we just need to wait. You know, no, okay, we can't wait. No, we have to speculate. I'm a content creator and I don't even speculate. I'm just like, well, she come back, she come back. At this point, I just want her gone because I'm tired of hearing people. I'm tired of hearing people on the, not you guys, but I'm tired of hearing people on the internet speculate and talk about it and just make up things. And then when you start being in real world shit, like I can understand people speculating, but then people are bringing in like racism and sexism. I was like, wait a minute, time out. How do we know this has to deal with racism and why are y'all bringing it? Wait, what? Because these are serious accusations and people throw around racism accusations like it's a ham sandwich. And I get offended because I'm like, okay, before we call it racism, that's a serious charge to be like, well, Geffen and HYBE are racist. Wait a minute, what? I'm like, if so, she would need to sue because in America, you would have a defamation, you would have a discrimination lawsuit. So the idea of people just throwing around racism like it's nothing, like, oh, you know, like this is something you can just throw on a company. Yep, HYBE and Geffen, you're racist. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, before we call them racist, I need to see some evidence. Like, I need to know what's happening. And it's like now people just HYBE and Geffen all of a sudden they're racist. Okay. Without any proof or anything. I'm like, okay, well, we don't really know that. I want off this timeline so bad. It's like sometimes I'm just like, how did we get here? I'm like, oh, that's right. Social media is how we got here. Then I realized that's why I'm not on social media every goddamn day. Yeah, they throwing serious allegations around, you know, like serious allegations. And I was like, that's not something you just don't say, like just out of the blue, you know, like just when you're accusing people of, you know, that exactly. It's like, okay, so when racism really did happen, it's so used and thrown around, especially in K-pop spaces. And y'all know I did a video where I went off on people because I'm like, y'all just use this stuff as rage bait and just to get headlines. It's not like people really feel or they're concerned about it. Some people are cat's eye haters and they're trying to bring down the group, you know. And so, you know, I guess the truth is boring. I guess lies are, but Tasha, when is being entertained is the point. That's why I understand that lies are a bit more entertaining, but I'm like, how did we get to the point where people just need to be entertained all the time, regardless of whether it's truth or not? We just need to be entertained. I don't want to be entertained. I want the truth. I want to know what's going on. Because Zayn left. Wait a minute. Hold on. She says, I think pop fans have trauma over hiatuses because Zayn left One Direction after announcing hiatus. The same with Jesse from Little Mix. Fans in the West tend to think hiatus is a soft launch to leave a group. I don't know anything about Little Minx or One Direction. I don't know anything, so I can't speak to that. But I can say, knowing the history of the pop industry, groups disband. I tell people all the time, you do know, especially in the West, groups disband all the time. So nothing lasts forever. One Direction, A group in the West, especially years ago, because we're talking about years ago, usually have a shelf life about 2 to 3 years. That's usually any kind of group in the West now these days, not the classic groups, but the one pop groups. You may got a good 3, 4 years, maybe. I mean, because it's just the history of the industry. What pop groups have lasted a long time? There's just not many. I said people have to understand the history of the industry. I'm like, pop groups in America don't last that long. In K-pop they last longer because they're contractually obligated to last that long. I don't think many labels are signing Western pop groups to long-standing contracts. They usually have like a maybe 2 or 3 album contract, and that's it. And that's the expectation people should have for global groups, for non K-pop groups. Enjoy the ride for about 2, 3 years, and then they probably gonna be gone. They're gonna disband. They just, especially in the West, because you have people have different agendas, and they're not signing them to 5, 6, 7 year contracts like they do in K-pop. Like I talked about the industry, I said, do people want the industry to be like the West? Because I'm like, if y'all have an industry that is more like the West, then you're gonna have K-pop groups for 2 to 3 years. You're not going to have K-pop groups together for 5 or 7 years. It's just not going to happen. If you go to turn K-pop into a more westernized model of contract system, agencies are only going to invest for a couple of years. They're not going to invest for long term. And I told people that's fine with me. I don't have any issues with that. I have no issues for groups staying together 2, 3 years. Because that's what I'm used to. That's what I'm used to. I'm not used to groups staying together. I'm like, what groups stay together? New Edition ended, SWV ended, In Vogue all hate each other. Destiny's Child, Beyonce went solo and did her thing. What groups last in the music industry? None. They don't last that long. You have some of the rock groups that last there's not a lot of Aerosmith and stuff like that stay together and still tour together. There's not a lot of Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones been together forever, and they fight and they break up, and they still go on tour, and they're like 90 years old. That doesn't happen very often. Most of the industry, when I watch a lot of videos about the history of groups, they disband. They get tired of each other. Even NSYNC got tired of each other. There's no NSYNC. The Backstreet Boys, they come together and tour, but then they get mad at each other and they go do their thing. It's the nature of the industry. The idea that the expectation is that groups are going to stay together like Super Junior, that's not realistic. They think they're going to go their separate. I expect BTS to end. I have no problem with BTS ending. I don't feel any type of way that BTS is going to end. And I'm happy. I'm like, well, whatever y'all want to do, y'all don't have to stay together, I'm like, do people think they plan to lead a group? That's crazy. That's crazy. But again, my point is, okay, so what? They have a right to leave the group. I don't understand this mindset. I think about BTS not being together all the time. In my mind, this is their last concert for a long time. I don't have no issue with that. Whatever they want to do, I'm like, okay, go. Because again, in my mind, I'm used to groups breaking up. I've never been fans of boy band groups like One Direction or Pussycat Dolls or whatever. I'm not going to think that they're going to stay together there's no way anybody who a fan of a Western group is going to think. Cat's Eye, I don't know how long they're signed to a contract. They got about a good 4 years, maybe. It's a little bit different with their situation. But they go, yeah. The Grateful Dead, there's not that many Grateful Deads out there. They don't want it to end. All things end. Enjoy the music that BTS has enough music from the time that they started to this new album that there's not enough time in my lifetime to watch all of the interviews, hear all the music, all the Run BTS, all the commercials, all the things that BTS has out there. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's enough to keep people going, I'm not saying they would break up, but I'm just saying that it's going to get to the point in time where they're going to want to go their separate ways because they're getting older. They understand they're like, okay, we want to get married. Someone want to get married. Someone want to have kids. Some of them don't want to be in the industry anymore. And that's fine. I'm like, they've been in the industry longer than most have. And they'll come together like Super Junior and come together and do an album and go on tour and then go on a hiatus for 2, 3 years and then come back together. I don't have any issues with that, because that's the nature of the industry. That's just the nature of the beast. It's a grind to be in this industry. It is not mentally healthy to be in the industry. They have a right to live their lives outside of this. They can't do that in the industry. It's a lot to go on tour for 9 months out of your life. And you want to settle down. I mean, they're getting to be in their 30s. They are like, shit, I want to have a relationship. I want to be able to be with somebody and not worry about, oh, I got to be out on tour for 9 months. That's grueling. And then you go on tour, and it's not like going on tour in America. Back in the day, when my family members would be on tour, they would take their wives with them. Like I have musicians in my family, the other musicians and the people in the bands would take their wives on tour with them. They would take their kids on tour with them. K-pop singers can't do that. They can't take their girlfriends on tour with them. Like they can't, but everybody knew, okay, their wife is there with them. Their wife is on tour. The press would even show that there are members of groups in the 80s and the 90s that they had their wives and the kids on tour with them. It was like a whole family thing, like the kids are little, bring the kids with us. They can't do that in K-pop. Like they can't even do that. They can't even have normal lives in K-pop like other rock stars do, where they take their girlfriends on tour with them. A lot of stars take their girlfriends on tour with them. But in K-pop, if somebody found out they had a girlfriend on tour, it would end their whole career. So I'm like, shit, they can't even have a date. They can't even have a normal life. They can't even have a boo thing with them on tour with them. Like, because, well, if somebody find out, the agency be like, no, you can't do that. That person can't go on tour with us. You crazy? She got to stay her ass at the house. What? Oh, she got to come. She can come visit you, but she can't come and tour with us. What? That's crazy. That's how people kept their families together back in the day. I can tell you how many people that I know in my family that went on tour with their family members, like when they were little kids, and loved it. They would show up at dates and stay for a couple of weeks. And they're not in K-pop. They can't do that. They like, you can't even tell nobody you got a girlfriend. What? Why would you want to be in this industry? Like I can't live a normal life. No, you can't. Okay, so how am I supposed to have a relationship if I'm gone? Figure it out. Fuck it, figure it out. Like, it's up to you. Figure it. What? And what woman in her right mind is going to be like, yeah, it's fine. You're gone for 9 months. Like, it's just, yeah, it's fine. Like, what? Like, what about a relationship? Well, baby, you can visit. What? Like, no, you can't live a normal life. Yeah, Backstreet Boys took their whole family on tour with them. K-pop, they can't do that. They can't take their kids. They can't take their family. They can't take their girl on tour with them. Yeah. They can't. I'm sure the agency would, I'm telling you, the agency would not allow that. Because there are people backstage and staff members that would take pictures and things would leak and get out. So that's why it's not, K-pop singers usually don't do that, because from what I know, it's unheard of in the industry. Now, some of the staff may do that, but the idols themselves, no, because there are too many people that may take pictures of them in compromising situations and then sell the pictures to the media, and things like that would get out. I mean, it's something that their dating lives, their goal is to keep it as private as possible. And to have someone on tour with you is a liability. That person being on tour with you is a liability. Because the agency would freak out, because there's always a chance that somebody's going to snitch on you, that somebody's going to take a picture, and sometimes not even on purpose. They could be backstage and filming stuff, and not somebody could be taking pictures on social media and not even mean to. And then somebody could be in the background, and then fans will see that and be like, wait a minute, is that somebody hugging up with Jim in the back? So it's something that there's a chance that it may get out inadvertently, like not on purpose. And then sometimes you do have people on staff who will take pictures. I mean, you can get a lot of money showing a BTS member in some kind of compromising position. That dispatch, there's outlets that would pay a lot of money for that. And so, I don't know if Taehyung is going to take his wife. He is one of the ones that, but again, second generation is a whole different thing. Like second generation, they used to get away with a lot more. I talk about Big Bang all the time. Big Bang back in the second generation, they used to party hard. And everybody knew it. And nobody really said too much about it. Big Bang used to party hard. And Taehyung, he been had a wife. And the fans just got over. He was like, I got a wife. And he hid it that he was dating this chick for a while. But then he got out, and then he was like, I'm not hiding anymore. I got a wife. Like, what? And the fans eventually got over it. They was just like, what? Baby, he was like, him and his wife came, from what I heard allegedly, came to an amicable decision that I'm not going to hide my marriage. And that's just what it is. Like, I'm married. That's it. Y'all either, and he took a lot of hell for it, a lot of heat for it, but now people are over it. People love his wife. They love his child. They think they cute now. I said, people get over it. They got over that. But then again, Big Bang was in a different era than it is now. Now it's harder than it was back then. Because when he announced his wife and girlfriend, that was a while ago. That was a long time ago. And like I said, from what I read online and things that I've seen, people they weren't too stressed about it. It wasn't like people were having whole meltdowns. Like, no, it wasn't like they need to kick him out from the group. Like, nobody was really calling for that. Yeah. But now the timeline that we live in now, people be ready to kick people out the group. And the fact that Taeyang just kind of like, it's like, I'm not hiding my marriage. Like, y'all are insane. It was very brave of him. But I mean, again, second generation. It was a whole different vibe back then. It ain't like it is now. 2016 is not 2026. Like, Chaebo's daughter killed a famous idol in his hotel. I think I heard about that. Idols do have women in hotel rooms, though. Yeah, they do. Right, Sarah. The only way for K-pop to change is for companies to start marketing them as idols, their significant other. I blame a lot of this on the agency and the nature of the industry. And again, I don't care what anybody say. I will beat this dead horse until it's done. Me and Jennifer have conversations all the time. She remembers back in the day, because she's been an old head in K-pop. She's been a fan of K-pop since 2015. Before the pandemic, Jennifer's like, oh, it didn't used to be like this. After the pandemic is when things really changed. Like, Jennifer will swear up and down, and I've had other people tell me, yeah, after 2020, 2021, the K-pop industry landscape shifted. It became much more online intensive. It became a lot of online Weverses and V Lives and bubbles, and they started telling these idols to go online a lot more and connect with fans. And I knew it. Like, I told Jennifer, I said, was there a shift in the industry? Jennifer said, yes, there was a shift. She's like, oh yeah. She was like, I could tell. She said the moment after COVID hit, it shifted more to online and less with fan meetings and variety shows, that the companies started to really intensify their online marketing of idols and intensify them connecting with the fan. Because Jennifer was saying back in the day when she used to watch V Lives, they would have a manager sitting in the room with them telling them what to say. And they had time limits to the V Lives, and they were telling them, wrap it up. And then sometimes they would say things and they would look over at their manager or staff member would be telling them, okay, no, you can't say this. And she said once 2020 came and these idols were sitting at home and they were bored, and then the agency weren't making money because they weren't on tours, they started to encourage the idols to go online more and to connect with fans because they couldn't see them in person. But it stuck, and we've never gone back to the way it used to be. And I think that we need to go back to the way it used, because now it's insanity. Now it's, let's do Weverse lives for hours at a time, and let's get them. And then Jennifer was telling me it was much more structured and monitored back then, or what questions people were like. I mean, I saw a story where somebody was asking somebody, we was like really inappropriate shit. Like, okay, I think it was a member of aespa. Like, they was telling her she was ugly. They was like, oh, without makeup, you ugly. And she snapped back at them like, what do you mean I'm ugly? Like, she snapped back at them. Now fans feel emboldened to really just say whatever they want to say to the idols, and that they have power. And it's always been like that. But for what me and Jennifer talk about, she said there's a noticeable change. Now the people feel really, really emboldened. Like, they really feel bold with their shit now. Like, now they're like, yeah, I can say whatever, it's hopefully it do go back down, baby. I hope it go back. Yeah, BTS was heavily managed and monitored. Yeah, when they first came out, because that was how the second and third generation was. Jennifer said, like, around the fourth generation, she noticed that things started to get a bit more looser and the companies started to have more freedom. But then with that became like more sasaengs now. Now, speaking of BTS, the sasang went to court. She was sentenced this week, and she got up in court, and they were asking her to defend herself, and she couldn't. And she was like, "Well, because I love Jungkook." Obviously, this lady's crazy as hell. So yes, one of his stalkers was on trial. She got up there and was like, "I love Jungkook" or whatever. Oh, I remember Making the Band TV show. I love Making the Band. I used to watch that a lot. But yeah, like it's now like more, and then the fan pages. There's much more activity in fan pages. I did a whole video talking about fan pages and how these fan pages are a menace. That it started out something fun and something for fans to connect all over the world. And now it's to the point where these fan pages feel like they're entitled to stalk celebrities now. They're entitled to show up at airports. They're entitled to show up with these huge cameras because they're trying to get the perfect shots and the perfect moments to put on their fan pages, because now the fan pages are making money. It used to be something for fun. Now they have clicks and views on X and algorithms and YouTube channels. So now these fan pages are making money. And when people start making money, that's when it gets all messed up. And so now these fan pages feel like they need access to these idols because they want to bring in clicks and views. And it didn't, and Jennifer was saying back in the day, it didn't used to be like that. Fan pages were just for people to come and connect and have community. And now it's like they need the most candid shots, and they need to be in places that nobody else is, because that brings them money. So now you have a sense of entitlement with the fan pages too, and that is encouraging more sasang behavior. Now people feel like they really own these idols because they see them. I would live 100,000 years and never agree. Like I said, I've said before over and over again, I hate the K-pop industry. I like the music. I like the artistry. I like the idols. I like those things. But I do not like the parasocial relationships with idols. I do not support it. I do not encourage it. I want idols to have a more distant relationship with the fans like they do in the West. There are people out there talking nonsense that, well, Western idols need to do. No, we have a history of people being murdered. So we're good on that. The industry shifted and changed because people were getting killed in the West. People were getting their homes broken into. Like, serious shit was happening here in the West that South Korea hasn't been hit with yet. Thank goodness. But I'm afraid that it will be. There are people been so close to breaking into JK's home and all this stuff. Like, it's getting closer and closer. They're like, like there are incidents in K-pop where somebody like poisoned the idol's orange juice and stuff like that. But it's getting to the point where now that I'm afraid that somebody's going to go to a concert and try to take a shot at somebody, or somebody's going to get backstage and try to stab somebody. Like, it's going to get to the point where it's going to get deadly. America's got enough of that. Like, we once they was up here killing, they killed John Lennon and all that, and then they killed Selena. We was through with it. George Harrison got assaulted in his home. There's so many idols and stars that have had their homes broken into that we like, no, we're good. We're good on that. Like, now people are like, no, I need to have my privacy. I need to have my distance because y'all are fucking crazy. Y'all are breaking into people's homes and hurting and killing them. And so America got enough of that. And so we were like, nah, you need to put some distance between these people. So again, we started out where people were hiding relationships and hiding kids and hiding baby mamas. And then around in the early 80s, once John Lennon got killed, they was like, okay, we're done with that. Like, Jungkook said people trying to kill him, especially Doll Baby with that aespa thing. When that whole rumor came out that aespa and Jungkook were together, there were a lot of people online, armies and aespa fans, who now want to kill Jungkook. And that's just the truth. So he got death threats before, but now I'm sure it's ramped up a lot because of that whole aespa thing. So now people are upset because they think he's with Winter, and then the Winter fans think he's with Winter and they don't like it. So either way, Jungkook is caught in hell and heat because of it, Yeah, it happened to Dimebag Darrell. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, the young lady who won American Idol was murdered during a fan meet. Yeah, her brother. I forgot all about that. Yes, yes, she was. There was another actress that they were talking about. I forgot her name. She was an actress in the '90s, and a fan murdered her. Followed her home one day and murdered her. I forgot the young lady's name. She was an up and coming actress. She was real popular in the '90s, and the fan murdered her. This guy was crazy. He was obsessed with her and murdered her. Like just murdered her. She was walking home, and he found out where she lived. Rebecca Schaefer. That's who it was. Yep. Rebecca Schaefer. Yep. That's who it was. She. Thank you. Yep. I watched the story about it the other day. Murdered her. Rebecca Schaefer. And like I said, America got enough of that. We didn't have enough people murdered, mauled. We didn't have enough of that. Like in our society. That we're like, that stars are like, oh no. They're terrified of that. They're terrified of something because people will murder you. People will try to kill you. And they don't care. And so in South Korea, the fact that they skirt this line, I find it all toxic and dangerous to the idol. And I find it bad for business. I told before, a dead idol is no good to nobody. Period. A dead idol is no good to nobody. In any group. And one of the idols will become hurt or maimed or acid thrown in their face or whatever. Or somebody go after one of their family members. Then people then try to attack their family members and friends or alleged girlfriends. That's not good for business. It's not good for business. It's just not. It's not good for anybody. Like an idol that can't perform and can't sing because somebody didn't hurt them or because they're terrified. When somebody assaults an idol or stabs them or takes a shot at them, like that would scar you for life. You're like, I don't want to go back out there. I'm terrified. I'm traumatized. That's not good for business. And whatever is not good for business is not, in my mind, not good for me. So if it's not good for business, I don't support it. So the idea that you could, in 2020 and 2016, you could stoke these parasocial relationships. These people are fucking crazy. Now, this is not 10 years ago. So K-pop is operating how it was 10 years ago. It's not 10 years ago. Things have changed. People are much more crazier now. Like, I've seen it. People are crazy. I have crazy people coming to my channel. And I'm just like, y'all need to go touch some damn grass. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, I just be so confused all the time. Like, I have to block and hide people all the time. Because I get these delulu crazy people. And I'm like I said, I had the other day, somebody was on my post talking about, I was talking bad about Taeyoung. I'm like, all the videos I done made, I ain't never talked bad about no member of BTS in my entire channel, okay? I have never, ever said anything bad about a BTS member. I've always defended them. I have a whole playlist of all the members. And I'm just like, are you insane? Like, what do you... A soap actress, yeah, that got caught. Yeah, got stalked. Yeah, is he gonna get out of jail soon? You think that's why he moved his friend in with him? I'm glad he did move his friend in with him. I didn't even think about that, doll baby. You may be right. Maybe that's why he moved his friend in with him. But yeah, it's just, I want BTS out of this industry. I've said people before, after the Jungkook Weverse and all of that, I am thoroughly convinced that at least Jungkook need to be out this industry. They need to move on. I don't like the K-pop industry. I don't like the way they're treated in the K-pop industry. I don't like their lack of freedom. And I told people before, and I'll say it again, what is the point of having all this power and you cannot wield it, you cannot use it, you cannot use it to your advantage? What is the point? I would hate to have all of this popularity and financial power and to be good looking and to be young, rich, and famous. And knowing that I can't say what I want to say online. I can't date who I want to date. I can't come out and have any fucking opinions because I'm going to get dragged for. What is the point? That would kill me. What's the point if I'm trapped in a cage? Like, there's no point of being trapped in a pretty gold cage. You're a pretty bird trapped in a pretty gold cage with everybody standing around looking at you. But you still a pretty bird captured. I don't care how elaborate or how beautiful that cage is. That could be a diamond encrusted, gold, ruby encrusted cage. You still in a cage. Like, it's a nice cage. It's roomy. It's comfortable. You got water. You got food. But you're still in a cage. You still can't get out and fly around. You just in a beautiful, gilded, beautiful cage. Just sitting there on your little bird swing like, I'm a pretty bird in a pretty cage and people are watching me. and giving me food and water and accolades, but I'm still trapped here. Like, and then people are like, well, you should be grateful that I'm in a bejeweled cage. Yeah, your cage is worth $1 million. Okay, that's nice, but I'm still in this cage. I want to be out of here. I don't care how much the cages cost. And I'm convinced now, even thoroughly with the RM situation and Jungkook, that they want to be they want to be away from this type of confinement. That BTS has pretty much outgrown the K-pop industry, most of them. Some of them love the system and they don't mind. But I think a lot of them like really are like, should we be doing this? Like, should we be in this system? Like, maybe we should go do something else, yeah, paparazzi chase you, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad in America. It used to be really, really bad in America with the paparazzi, but it's only there. It's not that bad. A lot of times when I tell people when the paparazzi follow them is because the artist tipped them off, to be honest with y'all. To be completely honest with y'all, a lot of times the artists tell the paparazzi where they're going to be. If you want to be private, Beyonce is private. We don't see Beyonce doing nothing. You don't hear about Beyonce being nowhere, doing nothing. Baby, when Beyonce come out with her album, she come out with her album, and that's about it. Beyonce's like, Beyonce ain't F with the press since 2021. She is over it. She's like, my album gonna sell. She'll come and Beyonce, I don't think Beyonce even do interviews no more. Beyonce is over it. Once 2021 kept, she like, I'm Beyonce. I'm not doing none of this. Beyonce do her tour. She perform. She come out with some documentary or whatever. Beyonce is an old school celebrity that and I'm not a fan of Beyonce, her music, but I respect her. Because Beyonce's like, I got kids. You don't see my kids out there. We're good. You don't see Beyonce running around doing nothing. She don't need the paparazzi. She don't need the press. Beyonce's old school. She like, I'm gonna live my life. And she gets plenty of offers to do this and plenty of offers. And Beyonce's just like, no, I want to go raise my kids and live my life. She don't. Yeah, Adele is very private as well. Adele got kids. She like, I ain't need to be all out there. I like that. She do her documentaries and that's it. And that's how it should be. Like Beyonce, she do her thing. She live her life. It's like, I don't need the public. I don't need none of that. I just want to live my life and create music. She come out with an album. She come out with a tour. And then you don't hear from Beyonce. She gone. She like, yeah, she hasn't done much. Yeah. She have her own people recording her own thing. She do her own little documentaries and all that. And other than that, Beyonce don't fuck with the media like that. She just like, I don't have to. Beyonce's not doing stunts and tricks and pussy pops on social media. She not doing daily diaries on social media. Beyonce's like, I ain't doing that. She like her privacy. And that's how people should move. Like I have my own life and my own privacy and my cadre of mafia, the Beehive they still love her. They still support her. They still buy her album. They still love her. But I'm like, that's how you do it. Like my fans are gonna be there. They gonna rock with me. Don't matter. I ain't gotta be on social media every day. Me and Jay-Z hugged up. We raising our kids and living our life. And they'll bring their kids out there for the concert, the tour, and then boom, back to being private. And that's how it should be. That's how you live a separate life from the industry and save yourself. Because if you out there like that, the industry will eat you up, Yeah, Adele stays a lot out of the public spotlight. She just do her thing and then like, okay, I'm gone. Yeah, I ain't gonna know what I'm doing. Yeah, Beyonce don't need, BTS don't need the marketing. They really don't need it. Especially Jungkook. Jungkook is like, they did that report that came on. He's one of the top 25 artists of the 25 famous people on Earth. On Earth. He's the one or two. It's him and Justin Bieber were the only two singers on that list, male singers on that list. JK don't need it. Like, he's famous enough. Like, he don't have to do, he want to come out and do a solo, which he will do another solo. And JK can go on tour tomorrow and sell out. JK can do a world tour and sell out just like that. He's that popular, And that's saying something. You can do a world tour and sell out. Yoo-hoo. I mean, JK probably could do a 30-city tour and sell out. I promise you. You know, he's that popular. Oh yeah, JK will eventually do. I can see JK leaving BTS and doing a solo career. I told y'all, I keep saying Jungkook gonna be the next JYP. Y'all be like, no, I'm telling you, JK gonna be JYP times 10. Like he gonna be really popular. He gonna be like 60 years old, still be good looking, still making music, but then have his own company. I can see JK having his own agency. He gonna be like the JYP. I keep telling you, he gonna be JYP. He gonna just be this old Opa that's gonna be really good, but he's gonna be really good looking, and he's still gonna be looking good. But he gonna have his own agency and do his own thing. He probably gonna be still doing dances at 60. He gonna be teaching. He gonna be teaching boy and girl. He's like, this how you dance. Like, oh, you gotta do it like this. Can y'all see JK at 65? No, you gotta do it like this. I told you. They be like, Jungkook CC told us. He gonna be out there schooling them youngsters. He gonna be 65 years old and he gonna be like, no, don't do it like this. Wait a minute, I'll show you. JK gonna be like, go JK, go JK. He gonna be 65. He gonna be telling them new groups. He gonna be like, that's not how you do it. Jungkook gonna be hitting it too, girl. He gonna be like, He'll be like, that's how you do it. And y'all gonna be like, oh, damn. Is he 65? Like, he gonna be like, yeah. He gonna be like, I still got it. JK gonna be letting them know, baby. He gonna be letting them know at 65, I still got it. I can still hit it at 65. I can still get out there and show them youngsters how to do it. I'm telling you, JK gonna be like, same thing with J-Hope too. J-Hope still gonna be dancing and popping and locking. And, and they gonna be like, damn, all right. I'm gonna let this old man up here showing me what to do. Like, it's J-Hope though, you know. They gonna be up there talking about J-Hope is gonna be fine. Like, he gonna be up there. Yeah. You want Jimin to tour? I'm not sure Jimin is interested either. I'm not sure. I'm sure Jimin is interested in doing music, but I don't know if Jimin is interested in touring. Like, I don't think Jimin is interested in touring. Yeah, whatever they decide to do, I'm here for it. I'm here for the next phase of BTS's life. Like, I'm always easygoing. Like, to me, they don't have to stay together. I can see Suga just saying to hell with everything and becoming a producer and writer. And do I like other K-pop groups? Yes. I have whole playlists of other K-pop groups. So whatever they want to do, you know, they decided, you know. Yeah, I think Jimin did say he was kind of be lonely on tour. Jimin is kind of shy. He kind of shy like that, you know. I think Jimin is shy regarding like his talent. I think Jimin needs a bit more confidence regarding like his appeal and his talent. And I think Jimin kind of like is kind of, to me, from everything I've seen, kind of hesitant or kind of insecure about like, can I go out here and do this? Where I see Suga is more bold. J-Hope is a bit more bold. Jin is just go with the flow. I think Jin is like, okay, I'll go do a tour and let's go. But I think that Jimin and RM seem a bit more like, are people really gonna come out for me? You know, they seem a little bit more like JK is out there. And I think V is a much more subdued when it comes to like touring by themselves. I think they're much more like, do I really want to get out here and do that? Because it's a lot of work. It's different than touring with a group and touring by yourself. It's a lot of work to have everything fall upon you. And some people love it. Some people like to micromanage. They like to have control over everything. I think Yoongi loves it. I think he likes to have control over, you know, the production and how it looks and the music and what the songs are going to sing and what he's going to wear. I think Yoongi's very, from what I've known, very hands-on from what I've heard. But some artists are not like that. Some artists are not very hands-on. They want other people to do it for them. So it all just depends. But touring is not for, actually touring is not easy. It's not for everybody and it's not easy. Like some people don't like touring. They do it because it's the money. But a lot of people, they want to be home. They want to be comfortable. Being on the road, from what I hear, is grueling. It's grueling. It's grueling. People get sick a lot when they're touring. You're away from home, you're away from your family, you're away from your friends, and then you get used to the tour life, and then the tour ends, and then people have like tour depression. Like after the tour ends, and people, you have to get back to a normal life routine. I heard touring is he Michael Jackson said he hated the tour. Yeah, I think V needs more confidence as well. I think V kind of lacks that confidence. Like, I can get out there by myself, and like this, it's not as what all what everybody says. You gotta have a lot of confidence to be on tour by yourself. Yeah, I think Jimin doesn't want to be out there by himself alone. And then, like I said, there's a lot of decisions to be made as an artist when you're going on tour. And some people are not good at the business of touring because there's a lot of business shit that goes on behind closed doors, and some people, they're not good at that. But they can have people that can do it for you, but you need some sort of input in your touring. And like I told people, I said not everybody is good at that. Not everybody is good at the business of being in the industry. There are some people, whether it be the Western business or K-pop, they're just better at it than other people. There's some people who really know the business. I mean, really, really know the business. Inside and out. You can tell which ones do. Like, I feel like Beyonce and Taylor Swift know the insides and the outs of the business. Like, they understand the touring and the promotions and the marketing, and they have their hands in everything. I know that Taylor Swift has her hands in everything. And some people, that fits their personality. But then some people really are just artists. They're really artsy and just go with the flow and just vibes. And that doesn't work when you're planning albums and tours and when you're getting down to the business of the business. And some people don't know it. They don't like the business of the business. They are very like just vibes. They really want to concentrate on singing and performing. And that's what they're good at. And everything else they find is a chore. Like, I got to plan this out and I got to pick my staff. And then a lot of times, depending on the agency, they're looking at you like, okay, I need you to pick your staff. I need to see what kind of stage performance you want. How long do you want the tour to be? What songs are you going to sing? What's the set list looking like? Like, what are you going to say in between? And then some people freak out like, well, it's like, I got to help plan all that. Yeah. Like, it's your tour. And they like, well, I don't want to really do all that. I just want to get up there and sing. Okay. It's a lot of planning. And not everybody are good planners. It's just your personality and your mindset. But some people really love the business. And you can see that. Like, there's some financial ends. Like, I think J-Hope is very shrewd. From everything that I learned about J-Hope with this tour, I love J-Hope and respected J-Hope more and more than I ever have. Like, to me, J-Hope was just kind of like, he danced, he's funny, but knowing about this tour that J-Hope put together and seeing the behind the scenes and seeing how much he had control over his dancers, his set list, and how much a perfectionist J-Hope is, I said, J-Hope is my kind of man in the business. I said, that's a person that will go far in the industry. That J-Hope, to me, will go further and be more successful than probably all of them. I see J-Hope is so intelligent and so shrewd. And I just, to me, there's nothing that J-Hope can't do, knowing the things that I've seen with his tour. I said, J-Hope, there is no limit for him. I think J-Hope is a shrewd businessman. And knowing what I know about J-Hope, that he owns properties, that he owns a bunch of like properties all over South Korea and business developments. I said J-Hope is J-Hope is a shrewd businessman. I can see him, going behind the scenes and really doing the executive ends of it. J-Hope got that. I said, J-Hope is on it. Like, the way he like, this got to be this and this got to be that way. And that, I said, J-Hope? I said, wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. Hold on, J-Hope. Let me, hold on. Wait a minute, shit. Hold on, shit. Let me get myself together a little bit. Like, I may have to show some cleavage. No. Yeah, once he got it past that Lollapalooza thing, I was like, hold on, wait a minute. Whoo, I'm like, hold on, J-Hope. Let me just kind of push the girls up a little bit. I was like, oh, J-Hope, you kind of, and then they talking about J-Hope is real clean. He's a clean freak. I was like, Daddy J? He talking about, I'm real clean. I'm like, Well, I'm a clean freak. What? Emphasize on the freak, heavy on the freak. I'm a real clean person. So I'm a real like order person. I thank you, Alyssa. I don't have a Stray Kids bias. From recently the things that I'm hearing, I like Bang Chan because he be wilding out on the internet and they be dragging him and I don't like that. He be really flirty and I like a man who's a little flirty. So Bang Chan. Well, yeah, he was on the floor. I know J Hope was on top of things. I was like, Jay, yeah, you were right. J Hope was on top of things. All right, Sarah. Ooh, I was like, he was on top of things. All right. I was like, whoa. Okay. I got some things that J Hope can be on top of. I like Bang Chang again because he be catching hell on the internet and I'll be laughing because they be trying to drag him on the internet because he just be kind of flirty. And I like that. I think it's cute. But I have a whole Stray Kids playlist on my channel. I've been to their concert this in June of last year. And I was said this year. JYP made him start his Bang Chang reaction show. Did he really? Girl. Yeah, I said J-Hope was really on top of things. I don't have a Stray Kids favorite song because I really I'm not into their music. Like I went to the like Jennifer, we went to the tour, but I go to tours all the time of groups. I'm not fans. But yes, I like Bang Chan. He be talking shit all the time. But I'm not into Stray Kids. I'm much more ATEEZ fan. ATEEZ is my side piece group. It's my backup group. He said so. He did. He said he's saying something. Bang Chan, he be getting on trouble every once in a while. I'll read stories and I'm like, dang, what he did now. And they be like, Bang Chan get in trouble because he was flirting with some fan and he was like, hey baby, what's your number or something? And I was like, oh God. I was like, let that man be free. Let that man speak his truth. Speak your truth, Bang Chan. You love Social Path and Railways. I admire Stray Kids. They were like the highest selling tour in K-pop. They had that movie that came out in the theaters that sold really, really well in America. I respect Stray Kids. They always bring it. I said before, Stray Kids is one of the best concerts I have ever been to. I haven't been to a BTS concert, but Stray Kids was up there. Their concert was phenomenal. Like they get on stage and they had a good band. They had like 10, 11, 12, 15 umpteen backup dancers and they were nonstop for 2.5 hours. Like I watched the whole thing and I was impressed with Stray Kids. Their professionalism, their musicality, their stage was killer. Like the stage was I was like this. Like that stage, it had lasers, it had smoke. Cause okay, listen, let me tell y'all something I don't know. I'm a sucker for a good stage show and some lasers. Once they brought the lasers out, I said, Jennifer, I was like, girl, they got the lasers. Girl, the lasers. I was like, oh no, bro. Like I love lasers and I love a good smoke machine. So I'm a sucker for lasers. Like I'm like one of those cats that follow the laser. That's me. I'm like a cat. I'm like, ooh, laser. Ooh, laser. You know, that's how I am. Like I'm a laser smoke, fireworks. I like pyrotechnics. Like you put that on the stage, I'm like, woo. I'm like, wow, wow. I'm like, oh great. You know, I hate to go see a tour and the stage be lame. But Stray Kids, they had a wonderful band. They put it all out there. I mean, all out there. They were not in their costume changes. Oh, Stray Kids. I recommend going, even if you don't like their music. And again, I'm not a fan of their music, but I am a fan of their stage presence. I appreciate a good stage, you know. You going to a concert in Baltimore, you can't wait? Look, baby, see, don't bring up the Sugar Show. I wasn't Army then. I was upset. I got to watch it on TV about 11 times. And I'm still mad. I'm still salty that I was not into BTS then or anything. So when Sugar did, you know, but then Sugar didn't come concert here. He didn't come to Dallas. Oh, you feel it's a Lollapalooza? I like visuals. I'm a visual person for sure. I'm a very visually oriented person. The reason why I even started liking K-pop is because of the visual thing. Like I'm not really a big musical person, but I am into visuals. And not like them being good looking, but I like good costuming. I like some good lore, you know? Like that's what I got. I got into K-pop because it reminded me a lot of like dinner theater. Like I was like, I know what this is. I tell you all the time, the first K-pop group, Jennifer was like, we're gonna see TXT, and I didn't know who or what TXT was in 2022. We went to go see TXT, and they put that MV up, and I like before the show started, I was just kind of like, okay, because I'm used to going to Western, and then they put an MV up, and I'm like, and then it had a little lore, and I'm like, okay, they princes and they in another dimension. Like I was hooked. I was like, this is intriguing. It wasn't what I expected. So I didn't expect to see the MV with the lore. And then the MV went off, and then the curtain went up, and there was TXT wearing outfits like princes. I said, what? I said, wait a minute, they got costumes up in here? Look, that's all. I said, if somebody would have told me a long time ago that K-pop involved cosplay, I would have been on board. like they would have been like, girl, they in costumes. I would have been like, bitch, where? Oh, girl, they wearing costumes. No, I again, as somebody who likes sci-fi and I have owned costumes. All somebody had to tell me that they was wearing costumes. I mean, I was like, Jennifer, why you didn't tell me that they was wearing costumes? Why didn't you tell me there was a storyline in the costume? I'm a simple bitch. I'm simple. I'm a basic bitch. Like I'm really basic bitch status. Like y'all. Like you can reel me in with a good storyline and some costume. They came out dressed like princes, and they hit the song, and they was like, can't you see me? And I was like, oh. I was like, oh. I was like, this song, I was getting it. I was like, okay. Girl, they dancing around in Prince costumes. I was like, TXT, I was obsessed with them for months. Like my ringtones were TXT. I watch their videos all the time. I still love TXT. They are the reason why I have a channel, because I fell in love with TXT so hard. I was like, this is what I'm here for. I'm here for costumes. I'm here for good songs with a good bass drop. Like I'm here for a good music video. Like that. I like if somebody would have told me this years ago, I would have been like, I was like, girl, all you gotta do is tell me they had a storyline. I was like, somebody could have told me. Y'all could have told me. So Jennifer, damn, why you didn't tell me they had a storyline in costume? She like, what? She's like, I forgot that you love cosplay. I'm like, girl, you know I like cosplay. She's like, that's the selling point. Girl, that was a selling, and then the music was good. But I was like, that's the afterthought. The first thing was the costumes. And then the fact that they were really good looking. So I was like, they're good looking in costumes. And the same thing with BTS. When I researched BTS, what's that song? What's that song, y'all? Well, she run. That was one of the first music videos I saw. And I was like, I said, if I would have saw that video, oh, she run. If I would have saw Run, I would have fell in love with BTS. When I saw the video, I was like, this is angst. This is giving me angsty. This is boys. This is a whole storyline. I was like, once again, I was like, Jennifer, why you didn't tell me that there was a whole storyline? There's a whole lore. They running. What? I saw that Run video, and I was like, I can understand why people. That if I would have saw that video long time ago, I would have fell in love with BTS. Like I would have been like, I get it, because like I'm old school, and then I'm a big fan of what's that movie? I cannot believe I forgot it. What's the movie I used to be? The Run BTS video reminded me a lot of. It reminded me of a lot of like Lost Boys without the vampires, and it reminded me of a lot of God, this is gonna irk me. Hold on. It reminded me of like a modern version of. Hold on. I'm finna tell y'all right now. Hold on. I gotta pull it up. Hold on. It reminded me a lot of, what is it? What was I talking about? Yeah, Grease. It kind of reminded me of, then it reminded me of, oh my God, this is going to drive me crazy. Y'all, this is going to drive me crazy. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta look it up. I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. And then after this, we're gonna talk about Cordis, because Cordis is getting backlash. Uh Hold on. The Outsiders. When I was 12 years old, I was a huge fan of The Outsiders. The movie, the book, I was a huge fan. When I watched Run BTS, I was like, this is like The Outsiders, just in a modern version of it. And I was like, why didn't anybody tell me that this was the fucking Outsiders? Like, what? How dare you guys not tell me? I was like, this is like The Outsiders. So that's what it reminded me of. When I watched Run, I reminded of The Outsiders, the book and the movie. I was a huge baby. I was a huge fan of the baby. Girl, like 13-year-old me watching The Outsiders. Girl, you couldn't tell me nothing. Baby, I was in love with the whole cast. Tom Cruise, all the hotties was, if you have not seen The Outsiders, all the hotties was in The Outsiders back in the day. All the heartthrobs. Tom Cruise was in The Outsiders, y'all. Like girl, they have whole videos online. Patrick Swayze was in The Outsiders, y'all. Can you tell me? Like Rob Lowe was in The Outsiders, baby. Can I get an amen? I mean, Ralph Macchio was in The Outsiders. Whew, baby. So when I watched Run, I said, this reminds me of The Outsiders, just a modern version of it. And I was like, boy, it was girl, Ralph Macchio was everything to me when I was a kid. Oh, the Red Bullet concert was epic. I have not seen it. Everybody, yeah, C. Thomas Howell, like, I was like, this is like The Outsiders. I was like, didn't they turn it into a TV show? They did. They tried to turn it into a TV show. But I love The Outsiders as when I was a young girl. That was when I was a teen, early tween teen. Everybody was going crazy over this movie. Yes, Fast and Furious. Everybody was going crazy. Like all the little girls was reading the books. All the little girls were watching the movies. I had it on VHS tape. We was all going crazy. So when I saw Run, that reminded me of that. And that's one of the first videos I saw with BTS in it in 2023 that I was like, oh, okay. And then I kind of understood it. But yes, speaking of The Outsiders, we're going to get into, The Lost Boys was for me, honey. Lost Boys is everything for me too. Yeah. They're always turning movies into TV. Yeah, and when they turn them into TV series, they don't do as well because you don't have the same charismatic actors that you did, back then. Because you don't have the same kind of actors. Back then, we were fortunate enough to live during the golden age of really teen heartthrob acting. Like that was the whole thing back in the day. People don't know about that now. Like we lived through the whole like Tiger Beat and Teen Beat where like you had Corey Haim and Corey Feldman and River Phoenix. Nobody can understand living during that time when there was so much emphasis on like teen heartthrobs, and that was the whole thing. It was like the Brat Pack and all that, and Robert Downey Jr. and all that was his heyday. Like back in the day, nobody could really understand. They don't have that now. But back in the day, it was a whole thing, for America to be in love with these dudes. River Phoenix, yeah. The Outsiders, the classic. I lived through that whole teen heartthrob era where everything was like, I had Tiger Beat and Teen Beat, and I had my subscription. You would read the magazines and who's in what movie and who's looking good. They can't understand. They don't understand what's going on. And the thing about it is, I feel sad because they don't really have that now. Like we don't really have that era. But now K-pop is kind of like that era. K-pop is kind of like the equivalent of like the teen heartthrob. Rob Lowe was everything. Rob Lowe still look good. Rob Lowe, y'all, is like 60 years old and still looking good. I saw a video. I was like, is that Rob Lowe? I said, ain't he like 60 something? Child, Rob Lowe. I'm like, he can still get it. Oh, yeah, we had it made back then. Like back then, we truly lived in like a time when things were just, it was just, which kind of reminds me of K-pop, like with the heartthrobs. We had Baby. Yeah, they had Tiger Beat and he had the posters. He put the poster on the wall. I'm reminiscing, baby. Oh, I remember those days. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He still Rob Lowe is still sexy. Yeah, we lived in the golden age when like there were so many young actors and so many young actresses out there that dominated for such a long time. There were so many groups that dominated. for teenagers. And now, like, we don't really have that now. We don't really have a lot of like teen actors, that are like out there like doing movies and TV shows. Like they were everywhere doing interviews. They were on the red carpet. We don't they don't have that no more. I feel sorry. I'm like, man, too bad y'all ain't got that no more. It's like I remember the day when we had that. They don't have that no more. So I guess K-pop would be the closest thing to it. Right On magazine, yes. I was all into the hip hop magazines, baby. I was in love with New Edition, Salt and Pepper, like all of it, like Roxanne Shante, like all of that back in the day. That was it's because of stricter child labor laws and also because cultural. Like we had this huge culture shift, like in the 90s, like everything changed. It's like the 80s was all like heartthrobs and teen, and then like around the 90s, like things started to shift away from all of that. And it's just our culture shifted. Like what was popular shifted. And now we have K-pop. Now I think K-pop is the equivalent, but it was just different in America than it is in South Korea. It's just different. Calgon, take me away. You still have your letters from Tia and Tamara? The guy who played Jet Jackson is dead. May he rest in peace. Like he died. Like I think, yeah, he like took himself out the game. Unfortunately. Yeah, grunge changed everything in the 90s. Everything became a bit more grittier and less bubblegum poppy. It became like our whole society changed. Like once the 90s ushered in. Yeah, I think grunge changed a lot. When Nirvana showed up and Stone Temple Pilots, Nirvana, like all these groups showed up and everything changed. Like hair metal bands went away. All of that fluffy, like our whole society like shifted in its tastes. And it got away from the bubblegum pop to something different. And one of these days, I hope Korea can shift away from the childlike thing to something different, but then kind of retain it, because we totally did like a whole 360. Like our whole went from, the pendulum swung from this to, okay, like everything is serious now. I'm just like, oh boy, everything got real serious in the 90s. Like everything shifted. It's just like everything got real serious. And it was just like, no more teen heartthrobs, no more. It just petered out into nothing. And I think like that fun time, like I think, in my opinion, I think it's better for kids to have their own thing. Like I think it's better for kids to have teen actors and teen groups to have their own thing that didn't bleed into, because when I was a kid, adults had their own groups and we listened to some of those groups too. But for us teens, we had our own shit. Like we had our own teen groups. When we was up here listening to Tiffany and New Edition and Ready for the World, like we had our own thing. Like the adults was listening to older groups. But we were listening to teen groups. And so the two didn't blend into each other. Like it's like, and teen groups moved and acted differently than adult ones did. So the adults had their own thing. The adults had Whitney Houston and Luther Vandross, but damn it, we had, we had our New Edition. We had our younger demographic of groups. So it's like those two would kind of separated themselves. And so we didn't really have to, there was always adult groups, but I just remember being 12 and 13 that I wouldn't listen to adult groups. Like that was like, that's for older people. Like we wanted to hear, only in my dreams, feelings it may seem like that was what it was, only in my dream. No. Oh, like that's what I wanted to hear. That I didn't want to hear, little Nikki Grind. Like that's fine, but I wanted to hear like something that was like, my baby, he don't stay sweet, and that's all right by me. Let's hear for the boys. I remember I love that song. Let's get the boys. Like that was more us young people. I wanted to hear younger people sing things. I didn't want to hear older people singing younger people shit, And I didn't want to hear younger people singing older people stuff. Like we had our little bubblegum pop niche, And it's like adults are like, I don't want to listen to it. Y'all go with that young people stuff. It was young people stuff. Now it's just like, okay, everybody just kind of listen to everything now. And I'm just like, oh boy, like, oh, you was listening to Kids and Dow Babies listening to Keith Sweat. Who I had a joke about Keith Sweat the other day. I, I won't tell y'all that joke. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep this joke to myself. I was, I was thinking the other day. I was like, I say, Yoongi would be the only man that we had me up here begging like Keith Sweat. I don't beg nobody for nothing. You know, I got a lot of pride. And I'm like, I ain't begging no dude. But I said, but then somebody was like, what about Sugar? And I was like, who can love you like me? Nobody. I be like, baby, something just ain't right. I said, Yoongi B had me up here begging like Keith Sweat. I'm like, I ain't begging for nobody. You crazy. You done lost your mind. What about Sugar? I'm like, baby, something just ain't right. Sugar, I'll be on the phone. Baby, I need you to come out. Just all the way simple. Who can love you like me? Nobody. Baby, Sugar would have me begging like Keith Sweat. I said, that's the only man that be like, baby, come on. They be like, oh no. I would totally simp out. Just no dignity. I said, Sugar would have me up here begging like Keith Sweat, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie. I just totally simp out. I would have no dignity. I would just be on the phone and be like, Yoongi, baby, just come home. Just come home, baby, please. Just come on home. They'd be like, oh, she ain't got no dignity. I just ain't got none. I'll be begging like Keith Sweat. Julie, how you Drew Hill begging? Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Tell me if it ain't good enough for you, baby. Anything is possible. On my knees, I cannot lie. Y'all got me? Girl. I have a story about Drew Hill. So I have a connection to Cisco or Drew Hill. I actually know him. By the way, I'll tell you that story one day. But I know Cisco of Drew Hill. Like I know him, no. That's why you said Drew Hill to make me laugh. Talk about you be up there talking about V. Tell me what you want. V, tell me what you need. Let me stop. Oh, let me stop, y'all. Yeah. My stomach hurting. Oh, I ain't lying though. I'm telling you. Oh my God. Oh. I'm like, and the people that really know me, they just be dying. They be like, because I'm so cranky and I can be so rude and mean to men. Like, I'm not nothing nice. I'm kind of demanding. And so they be like, I can just picture you just, you got me twisted over you. baby, you know. You got me twisted over you. They be like, no, you ain't up here singing R&B songs. Baby, I be singing Jodeci songs. Hello, Denise, that's fine. I be that thong. I've been up here singing Jodeci songs. I love Jodeci, by the way. Jodeci is one of my favorite groups. Girl, I'll be up here singing Jodeci songs. Trying to get Yoongi to come home. Like, come on, baby, I need you to come home. Just undignified, girl. Talking about Jodeci. Dog baby said she can't breathe. I'll be up here Jodeci. Boy, y'all, what's my favorite Jodeci song? Oh my God, I'll be up here like Boys to Men. Girl, you can be on tour, be trying to break up with me. I'll be like, we've come to the end of the road. Say I can't let go. They be like, what's she doing? Oh, hell no. Nah. She up here singing Boys to Men, End of the Road. She done simped all the way out, girl. Girl, do you have no dignity? Just no dignity. Just come to the end. You belong to me. I belong to you. Oh, just no dignity. Just none. Right? Let's get married. Denise, we are talking about songs. We're talking about that BTS members will have us singing certain R&B songs. That's what we're talking about right now. But we are going to get on. We've gotten distracted as many times. And I said that, like, I am one who is very cantankerous and I am very ornery with men. But I said, when it comes to BTS men, I would be up here begging like Keith Sweat. Like, I would totally simp all the way out. I'd be like, me, and I'll be in my white dress. Let's get married. Baby, meet me at the altar. They be like, oh, she didn't, oh. Just, I would be so undignified with it. I'd be up here, and I don't even like R&B like that, but I'd be up here singing R&B songs. I'd be up here begging. I'd be like, please, baby, don't leave me. Please. It would just be undignified. That's the only. But Mr. Lee gonna put you out. Mr. Lee be like, yeah, then we started reminiscing about old songs, you know. Like, that's what we were talking about. But anyway, y'all, I didn't diverge. My stomach is hurting. Y'all got me laughing so hard. Oh, okay. Okay, all right, y'all. Okay, back on track. So anyway, we're going to talk about Cordis. So Cordis, y'all know, is the premier boy group from HYBE. And people have been mad about Lil Cordis, y'all. People have been dragging Cordis online because of two performances that they did. They performed in front of the president's wife at this Olympic thing, and HYBE was there, and people, you know, it was good. I saw the performance. I watched HYBE and their performance. People were making fun of Cordis online, saying that the audience didn't know what to think and that the audience weren't clapping. Oh, I'm sorry, they were Big Hit, yes. And the audience weren't clapping. Then Cordis did this thing where they were in Hongdae and they were out just performing, like doing kind of like a busking thing. Like, I don't know if you guys are, like, they're doing street performing. Okay, they're out street performing. And so a big crowd came, and the staff was trying to tell the crowd to get back because the crowd were, and they only could do like 2 songs before they had to leave because the crowd was too big, and they did not have enough security and things out there to control the crowd. The crowd kept pressing in and in, and then Cordis, you know, I guess the staff felt like that the crowd was getting too close. So people have come out and criticized that. People have also criticized their new song. What is it? YCC Young Creator Crew. I don't know if you guys have heard this song. By the way, Cordis has a comeback. They have a new album coming out in April. So just to put that out there. And so YCC, you can find the song online. It's on YouTube, and people have posted the song, and I believe that's going to be on the new album. Yes. So Cordis was out busking, and you can watch the performance online. And like I said, they were performing in Hongdae, and they were like in this rotunda, this round thing, and they were performing. Like, y'all can go and watch it. But the crowd was like really crushing in on them. So they didn't have a chance to be out there. And they performed the YCC song. Like, I'm watching it right now. They were in Cheongdam-dong in Hongdae. Yeah, they're a young group, so they thought a little performance would not draw as many. Yes, they didn't think it would draw that many people. And so they drew quite a crew. And I understand, like, you know, people didn't understand how popular they are. But yes, they have been hating on him because they're HYBE. And Cordis doesn't feel like K-pop to me either, Sarah. I totally agree. I said that Cordis feels like something completely different. To me, Cordis feels like a more of a global hip hop group to me, and not a K-pop group. They like the way they present themselves, and the way that they it's not, they don't give off, Cordis is ahead of their time. I do believe they are. I believe that Cordis is doing things that are different. And then I believe the same thing about Longshot. Longshot are doing things different, but they have not caught the heat that Cordis has. And again, it's because they're a HYBE group and people are hating on them, um, and stuff like that. So but they are definitely not K-pop. So they're gonna to me kind of fall in this gray area, along with like Cat's Eye and stuff like that. And I don't, and the same thing about Longshot. I don't, if you guys haven't heard Longshot, Longshot is my music. Longshot is totally my music. Like I listened to their whole album and I was like, this ain't K-pop. This is like an R&B soul group. Hello? I heard my kids out here. But I like Cordis. I do. I did do a video about them like a week and a half ago, asking if maybe hopefully they're not going to a way of like Young Posse, where they ended up becoming like a parody group, or a kind of like a not serious group. Even though Cordis is not marketed, they're not marketed as being like a parody group. They are marketed as being serious. So, but I don't want them to be taken as a joke, as like this is some parody hip hop group. You do not love Longshot? Oh my God, Denise. What? You know what, Denise? That's okay though. Longshot, I didn't like Longshot at first, and I heard that song Sauce, and I said, "What in the world is this?" But I listened to Longshot, and I like their music. I listened to their whole group. But yes, they are kind of catching some flack and pushback. Yeah, K-pop is not ready for these kinds of groups. They just not. They don't know what to do with these kinds of groups. Yeah, I know Bang PD has been moving away from K-pop, which is good. Denise says she can't help it. It's okay, Denise, girl. I'm with you. There's some people that don't like Longshot either. So, they will have to move more into international market to do better. I agree, because their music is ahead of its time. It's not K-pop enough. Like the stuff that's popular, like the stuff that's really popular. Let me see. Let me go to Kville. I always tell y'all to watch Kville if y'all want to know, if y'all are just curious to what's popular in K-pop. Now I know some of y'all. Okay, I know some of you armies are like, to hell with K-pop. I've told y'all to watch Kville before, and y'all were like, what? To hell with K-pop. I don't like no K-pop. I just like BTS. Some of y'all told me y'all did not like K-pop. Y'all just like BTS. I had to grab my pillow. I had to grab my Bangtan safety pillow, because some of y'all was like, to hell with K-pop. I've been always shocked that there are so many people who love BTS that don't like K-pop. Y'all, like, and some of y'all really tried. Some of y'all really put an effort in it, ladies. Some of y'all are like, I just tried, but I just can't. Some of y'all have told me, I've tried, but I just can't. I'm like, I respect it. But some of y'all, are really like, some of y'all are really like, it's just not, it's a no for you. It's just a complete solid. Y'all like, I just can't get into it. So, I don't mind it, but I would tell people that, go on Kville and just kind of like, they do the charts from 100 to 1, and just kind of watch, if you ever get curious to what music is popular, you will see the music that's popular in South Korea is not what us international fans, what we would consider popular. It's kind of shocking, the things that are popular in South. Not really shocking, but it's just eye-opening to see the style of music that tops the charts compared to what, at least I know for me, what I would think that would top the charts. And their music style is so different than what Cordis is, or what Cat's Eye is. That's why Cat's Eye and Cordis don't really Cordis did make the charts with Fashion So they did make the charts. So nobody can say that Quartz is not popular in South Korea. They are. But however, their sound and their look and everything, it's just so much. You would see if you watch the charts, you would be like, this is different. Like they are so much, them and Long Shot are so much different than what's popular in South Korea. And like I said, people like whatever they like, but it's just startling to see, like, it's just different, I like Hwasa. She came to Dallas. I'm sad that I didn't get to see her. I love boy groups, but can't get behind. I don't like girl groups at all. Girl groups just make me want to cry in South Korea. But I like Cat's Eye. I like Islet. I like I'm Not Cute Anymore. I do. There are some girl groups that I like songs here and there, but I don't like to be a fan of a group. I did a whole video about not being a fan of girl groups, and it caused some controversy because some people was really pleading their case. Which, yeah, so anyway, what I was saying about Quartz, you guys know what's kind of going on in the background with Quartz, that they're catching some flack in South Korea. Then they were sitting there saying that their lyrics were trash, and yeah, I agree, Denise. Yes, I agree, and so they've caught in some flack in these Korean K-pop streets. So that's just letting y'all know what's going on with Quartz. So if y'all hear some backlash, y'all will be like, oh yeah, I heard about this. So if you hear people talking about them in a negative way, they have caught in some backlash because of these performances later. You don't like Blackpink? I'm still supposed to do my Blackpink review, y'all. I'm working on it. Baby C said, here's the thing about Quartz. They are producers and writers. They are. And in-house workers, so they're not going to be like regular K-pop groups. It's right. They don't just follow K-pop trends. I agree. I went to see Twice in concert. It was okay. I have listened to Mamamoo. I like Hwasa. I like her solo stuff a lot better. I like a lot of solo female than the groups. But I wanted to go see her in concert, Denise, but we couldn't get tickets. I don't know what happened. We couldn't get tickets. You watched the video about why I don't like girl groups? And like I said, for me, it's not just girl groups in South Korea. It's girl groups, period. Like, I'm not a Taylor Swift. I'm not a Beyonce fan. I respect them. They're juggernauts in the industry. I respect the quality of their music, but it don't mean I like their music. I'm not a Beyonce fan. I like Beyonce when she was talking about drunk in love. Like, I like that. Like, Beyonce when she was talking about that album, when she was talking about driver, put up the partition, please. Like, yeah, I was on board with Beyonce for a little bit there. I was like, oh, this is my kind of music. To me, again, I've always said, since now we're talking about girl groups in the video that I did. In South Korea, my issue for dragging girl groups is there is a divide between the girl groups and the boy groups. If there wasn't, that divide didn't exist, I probably would be a bit more open. But the way K-pop has designated and decided that girl groups are going to do this kind of music, and they're going to dance this kind of way, and they're going to act like this, I'm like, as long as they keep doing that shit, I'm out. I'm like, as long as they keep doing that, I'm like, nope. I don't like these gender dances. I don't like these gendered songs. I don't like these ladies singing in hushed tones. Some of them, they messing up their vocal cords because they make them sing in octaves higher than they real. But they do this to girl groups all the time. They got to sing higher. These girls over here straining their voices and their register is lower. And then they make them sing higher because, I don't know, because they're a girl group, I guess. As long as K-pop continues on doing this, then I'm not here for it. I want a hard-hitting girl group. Now, I thought that was Blackpink. Rest in peace. But, rest in peace. I thought that was Blackpink, and Blackpink caught my eye because their music was a bit more hard-hitting. I like 21. I'm a 21 kind of girl. And we'll talk about 21 in a minute. But it's just, as long as we keep doing these high-registered, if they keep up with this cutesy shit, I'm done. I can't do the cutesy. I don't like boy groups who are too cutesy. I need them to do away with that. Go on, no. That's not my type of music. I don't like bubblegum pop music. I didn't like Britney Spears or Christina Aguilera. I never was into none of that. Like, I was just like, that's cool. Britney had a few good songs. Oops, I Did It Again was not my thing. Oops, I did it again. I'm like, oh no. I'm like, girl, what? I'm like, oh God. Yeah, I'm like, thank you, making me fighter. You know, Christina Aguilera. I'm like, what is happening? I'm a Joan Jett. I'm a rocker kind of girl. It's like I like Janis Joplin. I like Joan Jett. I like rocker, gravelly rocker voice. Like, when I'm gonna listen to a girl, she better have a gravel voice. And then I like hip hop. I like rap girls. I like Jessie. Newsflash. Jessie got a whole song talking about that's why girls like me. I'm like, Jessie, I like you, Jessie. I put Jessie in my fan fiction because I love Jessie so much. But Jessie is the aberration. You know, she ain't like. But this. I'm like, oh. I sat through a whole Twice concert and I admired how professional they was, how good they looked, their dancing. I liked all of it. But the songs, oh no, baby, no, I can't listen to no Twice songs. Whoosh. I'm just like, ooh. I can't listen to no Little Mix, no Pussycat Dolls, no. Although Pussycat Dolls had 2 songs that did come out that I like. I never liked Spice Girls. Like, I really don't understand. Like, for me being a visual person, again, I'm a straight female. To me, it's the visual. It's like, okay, so I'm like, that's nice, ladies. Just, what you want me to do with some girls? I'm just like, yay. I mean, I'm like, oh, okay. If you take the desirability out of it, like I said, if I think to myself, if I was a gay guy, like if I was a gay girl, would I like BTS as much? No. I mean, I'm just gonna keep it a buck. If I was gay, would I like BTS as much? No. Would I be a Blackpink fan? Huge. I'd be like, Blackpink in your area. Blackpink is the revolution. Then my girl. I mean, if I was gay, I would really love Blackpink. I would be a huge fan. I don't know about this album, but I would be a huge fan of Jennie and Lisa, like their solo stuff. I would be a huge fan. If I was a gay girl, would I be that much fan of BTS? No, I'm just gonna be honest. No, I'd be like, BTS, they cool. they music is, it's alright. It's good. You know, yay, BTS. I'd be like, those bros are solid, bro. Yeah, bro. You know, I would, as a gay woman, I couldn't see me like, ooh, Bangtan. You know, I would be like, they cool. I would still like them, but I wouldn't like them like I would be. Joan Jett is amazing, but I've never like felt like, okay, you know. And I really don't understand the females who are straight, who are sasangs of female groups. That blow. I don't even understand that. I went to the Twice concert and there was some chicks and they was really clapping and hooping and I was like, is they gay? Like, is they? Me and Jennifer like, oh, they must be lesbians because I don't. Me and Jennifer, yeah, they gay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they must be gay because it's a lot of cheering they're doing over there. Like, we couldn't understand it because I would be like, yay, you know, you get a polite clap out of me. Would I be up screaming and hooping over a girl? I don't understand the girl sasangs. I don't understand how do you be friends of a girl group and then don't want the girls to date? What? How does that even work? And you're straight. It'd be like me having a sister and not wanting my sister to date. Like, that's just weird. That would be like, girl, you weird. So I don't understand how girl group fans don't want, like how the aespa fans didn't want Winter with Jungkook. I don't understand. I can understand how their male fans wouldn't, but I'm like, how is the female? Like, I sat there for many a days like this going, okay, what? They hate JK because she's with aespa, but you're a girl. Like, how does that? I was like, well, I don't. Why would you not want a girl? I'm, I, I'm like, am I missing? Why would you? I can understand Army. I can understand the female fans of Jungkook not wanting Jungkook to be with Winter. I get it. But I'm just like, but girl groups ain't really marketed like they are with boy. You don't want Winter and JK to be together, but you're a girl and you sure you're straight. Like, they would look cute together. Oh Lord, I just didn't understand it. I'm just like, but I can understand why people like the music. But again, to me, it's the music. If there was a girl group that would sing music like BTS or like if there was a girl group of chorus, I would be a fan. It's the music. It's always the music to me. It is not the visuals with the girls. It's not the fact that they're not talented or they can't dancing. It's how the girls groups are presented. If there was a girl version of Cordis, if there was a girl group up there singing fashion, 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 I would be like, oh girl, get it. Fashion, fashion. Like I would be all over it. If there was a girl group up there singing, telling me, watch me go, go, I would be like, win the tour. I would be all over it. Like I said, I like XG. XG is not really K-pop though. I like Cat's Eye. I would go to their concert. I would go to a Young Posse concert because I like, even though I know people take them as a joke, but their music is good. It is hard hitting. So again, like to me, it's always the music. There are boy groups out there like TWS and Team that I don't like. It's too much of that. I can't do that. I like TXT, but when TXT started to get away from like the R&B, like the way, like beautiful stranger, no, beautiful. I'm like TXT. I love you, but honeys, I don't. Yeah, see, that's not my kind of music. I'm like, I came here for Can't You See Me, and I'm a lover. I'm a loser. That's what I came for. Whoa, just a good girl gone bad. That's what I came. I came for the rock R&B stuff. When they started doing Beautiful Stranger and all that shit, I was like, it's too OST for me. I'm like, that's gonna be a no for me. So with girl groups, it's not the fact that they're girls, it's just the music. If they would, if there's a girl group that would come out there and see, don't you run, run, run. If a girl group would come out and today and say Dope was never released, and a girl group would come out and do Dope and do the same dancing, I would be like, I don't know who that. If they would come out there and like, enemy, 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 like I would be like, energy, energy, energy. I'm like, yes. If a girl group would do Dope and BTS had never came out with the song and a girl group would do that song today, I would be all over that girl group because that's the kind of music, high energy music I like. But they don't do that. They come out and ooh, I'm like, oh God, ladies. I'm like, you lost me. Supernova, entertaining, supernova. I'm like, okay. If a boy group would do Supernova, I'd still be like, this shit here. Boy come out with like Supernova, I'd be like, oh no fellas, no Supernova. I can't Supernova, fellas. I can't, like, yes, I've seen the QWER, they're a band, yes. And they play instruments, thank God. I like that. I respect the hustle. In mix, I don't like their music. It's too laid back. It's just, but they can sing though really good and they can perform really, really good. Them girls can sing. I heard them live. And they can sing, but I just don't like their music. It's just too, I'm like, if it's a boy performing them in mix song, I'll still be like, I'll be like this. Oh. I need some gold. I need some fashion. Like that. I need that type of music. Because that's the kind of music that I like universally. I like the same type of music for boy groups and girl groups. I don't discriminate. I know some people have different tastes between boy groups and girl groups. And that may work for some of y'all. But for me, I like the same type of music for everybody. Like there's a style of music that I like, and that style of music is universal to me. I like If you're gonna do some non-hip hop music, now I like more of a rock kind of music. If you're gonna do not rock music, I don't like bubblegum pop. I don't like synth pop. I like EDM, club, trap music. I like stuff in that vein. That's all the music that I like. I'm a basic bitch. Like you, that's it. But in K-pop, there's not that many groups. Like when K-pop Demon Hunters, we're going up, up. I'm like, okay, ladies. I don't like none of that music. Like that music is not for me. K-pop Demon Hunters, you're my soda pop. Oh, fellas, no, I'm not. Good time out, fellas. No, I'm not. That bubblegum pop. I don't like ballads. I don't. I don't like none of that. My taste in music is pretty even all the way around. Like if you're gonna be a girl group, you're gonna be a female singer. I need you to do either rock chick or hip hop club pop. Like I like Somi. Y'all listen to Somi? I love Somi. It's all the beautiful. I love Lady Gaga. Like I'm a Lady Gaga fan, huge Lady Gaga fan, cause I like that club, especially old Gaga Gaga. I love old Lady Gaga. I still listen to Gaga all the time. Bad Romance. Whoa, caught in a bad romance, gaga, ooh la la. Like that's the kind of music I fuck with. Like I'm like gaga, ooh la la. I'm like, girl, get it, girl, get into it. That's the kind of music I like. If I'm gonna listen to a female singer, baby, she better be busting out some club stuff. You very eclectic in your taste. There are better groups than Blackpink. Y'all better leave Blackpink. Lady Gaga is amazing. Her songs are amazing. Like her musicality, her talent is amazing. And it's all that club EDM stuff that I grew up when I was in my late teens. It's all that kind of like, I love all of that stuff. But like I said, the way K-pop do their girl groups and where they're marketed is not for me. It's not marketed to me. That whole like girl next door girlfriend concept that they're obsessed with. I'm gonna need to bring back the sexy concepts. I need the girl crush and the sexy. Like in order for me to be like, oh, okay, I can't and like I said, Blackpink. I know y'all don't like when I'm coming around. It's a shutdown. Whip it, whip it, whip it, whip it. Work it, work it, work it, work it. Whip it, whip it, whip it, whip it. I like that song. It's that pink venom. It's that pink venom. It's that pink venom. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Like I like that. Like I like the YG sound. Like I really like the YG sound somewhat. I do like that hip hop kind of song, but I don't like Baby Monster like the way what they've done with Baby. I used to like HYBE when they came out with the wife song. Baby, that song was my ringtone. Oh, yeah, wife. Like that. Like if they would have stayed with that, I would have been like, I was so in love with that. I still love that song, Wife by HYBE. That is my jam. That is a classic hip hop club beat. That beat is like, the video was cute and innovative and they was dancing, and then the message in the song was good. And I was like, yeah, I ain't gonna be nobody's wife. Except for Yoongi. Anyway, yeah, I'm like, I ain't gonna try to be nobody's wife. I ain't finna simp out in here. Except for Yoongi. But that's okay. You gotta have your exceptions. Oh, God, I can't let me stop. But yeah, I was all behind them with that song. I love that song. It's a good song. Like, even my son was like, yeah, that is a good song. I'm like, that's a good song. I love XG. XG don't even count to me. Y'all hear me? The baby XG is dope. XG is not even K-pop to me. They transcend that. I love XG. I like the new song. I can't think of one XG song I don't like. I can't think of one XG song I don't like. Because, like I said, the music is just different. I can't think of one song that I don't like. Hello, Pretty Zealand. Diary. Thank you. Have I listened to 4 Minute? What is 4 Minute? Is it a group or is it a song? Which one is it? Is it a group or is it a song? I don't know. XG's not your thing? I love XG. Yeah, the cutesy stuff is weird. It's a little. Oh, 4 Minute is a girl group. Never heard of them. I'm gonna look them up. But yeah, it's just like the cutesy thing. It's just a little weird to me. It's just like I said, it gives me a weird feeling. Like I can't stand women acting like little babe like that. That gives me like one of these real like pedo vibes. Like I'm just like, why do we want grown women to act like little kids and dress like little girls? Like that's another element of K-pop that like don't get talked about enough is the babyfication of girl groups and how they won't let them grow up and be like grown women. Like there's so much like body shaming and like they can't dress a certain way. Now in K-pop it's been pushed more. Like there are women out there that are really like breaking the boundaries now. When it used to be really stifling, but they've gotten better. Within the past couple of months that I've been looking at stuff, they've really gotten better. It's worse in Japan. Yeah, it's very worse in Japan. It's horrible. It's horrible. Blackpink's discography is shallow. Can I do a video about which topic, Goldwyn? About how shallow Blackpink's discography is. Hi, everybody. I'm Nomadic Kitty, and I'm here to talk about Blackpink and how their discography sucks. Oh, like you gonna get people all in my comment section talking about what, bitch? I'll be like, girl, they be in my comment section trying to eat me alive, girl. Oh my God. They would just be like, what? Hello, love from India. India, namaste, India. 2 second. I like second generation girl groups. I know who Sistar is. Yes. And 4 Minute, so they're second generation. 4 Minute is okay. I have to look them up. I've never heard of them. I like Sistar. Sistar, don't Sistar has my girl in it? Wasn't Hyolyn in Sistar? J-pop is very different. Wasn't Hyolyn in Sistar? Can y'all answer that, Hyolyn? I love her. I absolutely love her. That is my girl. Boy, girl. Okay, that is my girl. Girl, Hyolyn is my girl. I love her. I love all of her solo stuff. I listen to her when I'm at the gym. Girl, she was talking about my body, ooh, ooh. Girl, I had to put that song in a fan fiction, baby. I had to put she's in my fan fiction. Like I had to put her in there because of how much I love her. I do know who Hyuna is. Oh, she was the one okay, yes, I do know who she is. But I don't know 4 Minute. Okay. He only got boobs. Yes, she does. I think she is gorgeous. And I love her music. And one of her writers, the person that writes and composes her music is a black songwriter. Sully was in FX. May she rest in peace. Poor lady. But yeah, that's my thing about girl groups. Let's see. Speaking of girl groups, let's talk about 21. Now, I really like 21. Good night, doll baby. Good night. Yeah, Sully was in FX. I really like 21. However, there's a disturbance in the force that's been going on for 6 months now. So Park Bom, she is a member of 21 and she been wilding out. Like she has claimed that a member of her group, Dara, was on drugs and it was covering up for her being on, like, because people accuse Park Bom of being on drugs. Park Bom has had a history of mental health issues that was exasperated, allegedly. Here I'm going the allegedly train by her being in the music industry. So let's talk about 21. 21 If you don't know the story of 21, Jennifer didn't know either. They were done real dirty in YG. I look, I can't even, I can't even believe what she's saying. You know, you just watch the music video 21, they're so good. Look, let me tell you, Park Bom, she looks good now. She's had a lot of work done though. But yes, I think Park Bom had a history of mental health issues. Daddy YG is nothing nice. Now look, I respect Daddy YG. Y'all know I have a special place in my cold dead heart for Daddy YG because he is one of the progenitors of K-pop. But that's as far as it goes with me. Daddy YG, if you see the videos that I watched with him with Big Bang back in the day, you can see why he got the reputation that he got because he was nothing nice. Daddy YG in the back in the day was nothing nice. He is not known as being a very delicate, nice person. That he is very blunt. He is very straight to the point. He look even. Okay, good night, folks. I was about to say good night on that one. I didn't recognize her either. I went and looked up pictures of her. I didn't even recognize her either. He would tell 21 that they were ugly. If y'all don't know the story, he would tell 21 that they were talented, they were ugly. He would go and speak to investors and tell investors. Y'all talking about he looked like an evil boiled dumpling. Y'all leave Daddy YG alone. Daddy YG ain't never been too much of a looker, in my opinion. He was kind of cute back in the day. But Daddy YG had a reputation in the industry back in the day, allegedly, for being very tough. Okay? And being a little rough around the edges. Okay? I'm trying to put that as delicately as I can. But yes, he had a reputation of running a kind of like mass chaos, controlled chaos ship at YG in the early days when they were really, really popular. And then like for YG, that's kind of like his mindset and his strategy that I've known. JYP was so, girl, JYP is my man. Don't you be doing my fake husband, my other husband like that. JYP is fine. You YG good looking. YG was, he's not my type. Let's put it that way. I'm not saying he wasn't a good looking guy, but he's not my type. But he has a reputation of being very tough. Okay. And tough to the point of belittling. You know what I'm saying? Like it's borderline what I would consider like verbally abusive. Like the things that he would say would be very like, whoa. And you got to think when these people started, they were young people. So, but that's his idea of like hardening them and toughing them up for the industry. So I guess in some ways he means well, I guess, but he has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way in and out of the business. Like he had a reputation of being hard to work with, you know. No, he doesn't like his idols interacting with other idols. He doesn't. Yeah. And then, you know, and for him, there's always a method to his madness. So I can understand his thinking, but YG, yeah, he has, a lot of people don't like him. Like even inside the industry, people don't like him. Even people that work for him don't like him. Oh, but he's not the CEO anymore. His brother is. Remember, y'all, he stepped down. But of course, we all know that he still does run the bad. Oh, yeah, Batty said no. Damn it, he didn't mean well. Okay, that's what he said. I try to be nice, but 21, Park Bom already had mental health issues, and so him telling them that they're fat and ugly, and apparently Park Bom was like the core of his ire. Like he focused on CL. He wanted and tried to take CL to another level. Him and Dara would fight all the time. And then the other one, she was kind of like a rebel too. And no, I take it back. CL was his golden child, but he did her dirty anyway. But he really believed in, but he believed in her and tried to take her to the next level, but they failed the execution. It wasn't CL's fault. Dara, he kind of like ignored her. The other one, her and Daddy, I forgot the other one name. Her and Daddy YG would butt heads all the time. Like they would butt heads. They didn't get along at all. Park Bom, he would pick on her allegedly mercilessly about her weight, about her looks. Even though Park Bom is talented, can sing, she's funny. But Park Bom, from what I know, had a history of like depression and mental health issues. So exasperate with the industry and them fighting to keep 21 on top and all of that. But then you have your boss who was told Park Bom various times that she was fat and she was ugly. And then he would say things behind the group's back to other people that they were ugly and that they were talented, but they were ugly. So that's the whole story behind Blackpink, really, is that 21 didn't even know that they were got disbanded, that they found out through the media. And they had to call each other and be like, what the hell? That they didn't find out, they found out through the media like everybody else. So the way YG kind of disbanded their group was like, they didn't even tell them. And so they told, the rumor was that Blackpink was going to be a prettier 21. And they took, in the early days, allegedly, took some of the songs that were meant for 21 and gave them over to Blackpink in their debut. That's what I heard. That's the rumor in these YouTube streets. I'm sorry, these K-pop streets. That's what I heard. And so they were pretty much like let loose. And then after that, some of them got blackballed from the industry and they couldn't go off and do solos and do, it's a whole story. Okay. So through all of this, Park Bom was promised for her career, her solo career, to take off, and it never did. And they jerked her around. And all of these things are exasperated her mental health issues. And so now she's come out and said that there's been rumors going around for a while that Park Bom has been on drugs. So they had a tour last year, and on this tour I heard allegedly that they were not getting along. And that one of the reasons why they weren't getting along is because of Park Bom, that she wasn't getting along with the other ones, and they called her behavior erratic, that she was showing up late for rehearsals, that some days she would be cool and then some of the days she would be cranky and irritable. So there were some rumors going around saying that she was on some kind of illegal substances. That's all I could say. As to whether that's true or not, I'd have to get that into it for a members video because yeah. But so those rumors got out, and so now Park Bom, then Park Bom 4 or 5 months ago said she was going to sue YG for $1 billion. No lawsuit was ever filed, but she was on the internet saying that she was upset with YG and she was leaving and she was going to sue them for $1 billion. I swear to God, she said $1 billion. Some ridiculous number, a trillion, billion, whatever. So none of that happened. So now recently, within the past week or two, she's been on her Instagram talking cash money shit, talking about she's not on drugs, that it was Dara, her bandmate, that was on drugs. And Dara was like, she shot back and said that she hope Park Bom gets the help that she needs. And even somebody close to Park Bom came out anonymously and said that she's going through a mental health episode. And so when people go through mental health episodes, that they say all kinds of things. And so now there's been a back and forth online war that has been going back and forth kind of between them. And I'll do a video like documenting all of this. But what I would like to say is that this industry is not for everybody. This industry will drive you crazy. And even if you have any sort of already established mental health issue or ADD or whatever, Park Bom trying to say that she only has ADD, and I'm like, okay, girl, whatever. But off and on, we've heard that she's had either substance abuse issues, which exasperated with mental health issues. And I just feel bad about everybody in this entire situation. There is no winners or losers in this situation. I mean, Dara, she's still doing appearances and doing things. And I'm sure she's probably confused as to why she's being accused of things. And then Park Bom got her fans going after Dara. Like, it's a whole mess, you know. As if it's your last and Playing with Fire confirmed. As 21 songs, they sound like 21s. I love Fire. Love is on fire. Oh, let it burn, baby, burn. Yeah. YG said he wanted a prettier 21. Yeah, she was on Adderall, and Adderall is illegal in South Korea. You know, and yeah, I hope she gets the help that she needs. And people blame the industry. And yeah, like the industry, like I tell people, it's not for everybody. Not everybody can be in the industry and come out well adjusted, as we can see. Because how many idols then off themselves? How many idols then took themselves out the game because they couldn't handle it? How many idols that are sitting up and getting therapy? There's so many idols that are in therapy that are on antidepressant meds. There's so many idols that leave the industry and quit the industry and run away because they couldn't handle it. There's so many idols that it's just like the industry is not for everybody. You got to be real tough to survive in the industry. She used to be your favorite, but yeah, she had no business being an idol. Even though she's talented, beautiful woman, talented. Yeah, yeah, they stuck dealing with their mental health issues and there's stigma around it. There's so much stigma and like you're weak and you're crazy. And like I said, in this situation, there's no winners because 21 is a fabulous, legendary girl group that I like. And 21, they had plans for them to go on even further with their tour than just Asia. And I wanted to see them come here. K-pop has lost so many idols, Lisa. Like, it's sad. Yeah, how can she get the help that she need? Yeah, yeah. She's flown back into LA with like I think Park Bom's family. She has family in LA too. But the thing about a Park Bom, they said that she's estranged, allegedly estranged from her family too. I heard that too. That she's allegedly estranged from her family, that she has not talked to her family in quite a while. That's what I've heard. Because of her erratic behavior and just, it's hard to deal with somebody who's has mental health issues. I was dying to see them here. But I mean, that's not going to happen. I mean, I think Daddy YG is tired of it and he just kind of moved on and was like, see, I was right. Yeah, I'm sure his attitude is like, see, I told you I was right. You know. Yeah, and then she took a picture. Didn't she online with her tiggle bitties pushed up and she put a picture of Lee Min Ho and did a post. Girl, I read about that. I said, what in the name of hot mess Linda is this? What is this? You got a picture of you in this low cut with your tiggle bitties in a shirtless picture of Lee Min. I'm like, girl, what is happening? I was like, somebody take the computer away from her. Lord have mercy. Like, that was just disgraceful. I'm like, you born on drugs. I don't know if she said that's true. I don't know. But it was just shameful. I said, what is she doing? Was she trying to imply? I'm like, oh, God. I know Lee Min Ho is like, look, leave me out. She does. She sounds very bipolar. Very. Yeah. So I think she has these erratic mood swings and she may be off her meds. We don't really know. I don't know. Because people do erratic things when they're off their medication. She says things, like, it's just sad what's happened to them, Yeah, what Amanda Bynes was doing. Yeah, I can't remember either. Yeah, I remember when Amanda Bynes was wilding out. And I was like, thank God she got the help she needed and just went and sat down somewhere. Like, girl, go and get you some help. But I just feel bad about everybody. This is like no winners in the situation. Like I said, I've been trying to see what was going on and reluctant to do a video just because I just had a hard time what to say because I feel bad for Dara. She's being accused of something that she said that she didn't do. And then I feel bad for Park Bom because obviously she's going through something. And then, like, I don't know if she's getting the help that she needs or what kind of people she have around her. Like, it's just sad. And I hear, like, the things that I hear and I'm like, should I put it in a video or should I just leave that out? I heard that Park Bom is very lonely. Like, I hear that she kind of is like, reclusive and that she doesn't have a lot of family and friends around her. And that's just... Britney Spears got arrested the other day. Yeah, Britney Spears going through it too. I remember I saw a video like a couple of months ago. She was out somewhere and Britney Spears walking around. Her titties was all hanging out. And I'm like, somebody gonna tell her breasticles is hanging out? Girl, they had to blur it out because she was walking around and her breast was all hanging out. She was drunk. She was drinking. And I was like, oh, nah, Britney. Like, dang, you walking around with your breasticles hanging out. And I was just like, oh, she just got arrested. Yeah, she needs help too. And I felt so bad for her that she's surrounded by people that don't mean her no good. And then they're going to let her walk around like that with her breasts hanging out. And I'm like, I would have tapped her on the shoulder and be like, sis, like, here, girl, let me help you. Your titties is showing. Nobody, they just let her walk around like that and laughed at her and then took pictures and like sold it to the tabloids and put it on a social media. And they just sat there and like gave her drinks and just laughed at her. And I was just like, that's just disgraceful. I was like, y'all could have, yeah, she was surrounded by vultures, yes, including her father, and stuff like that. But she got her conservatorship over herself, but they said Brittany not taking her meds either. So I thought that was very sad. That Park Bom, I don't want Park Bom out here walking around with her tickle bitties out and she just at a club somewhere drinking and laughing and people making fun of her behind her back and taking pictures and putting it on social media. Like, I don't want her to get caught up, or I don't want Park Bom to be taken, because when people have mental health issues like this, they meet these janky ass, shisty ass men like Britney Spears. Britney Spears has met man after man after man after man that have taken advantage of her. Like dudes that she's been engaged to, dudes that she's been married to, that they're just taking advantage of her. And they knew Britney was ill. They knew she was mentally ill. And they didn't hung on to her and got engaged to her because, people will do that. They will find somebody that's, mentally ill. So I don't wish that for Park Bom. I hope some man don't try to creep up on her and be like, yeah, I'll take care of you and I love you. And they just be using them because, it is hard to deal with mentally. I know I have mentally ill family members. I do. I understand, baddies. I understand. I mean, trust me. I have mentally ill I have a bunch of them. I have a bunch of family that were hooked on drugs. My dad was an alcoholic and he was hooked on drugs off and on his whole entire life till he died in 2021. He was off and on drugs forever. He was incarcerated in and out of jail, and he died in 2021 of COVID. And he was just always on some. I don't even eat sugar. Like I drink a little bit, but I don't smoke. I've never done drugs in my life. I don't eat sugar. I work out. So for me, it's been like, for me in my life, the reason why I'm that way is because I've had so many family members that have been addicted to drugs. I've had aunts and uncles with mental health issues and addicted to drugs. I've had cousins and family members homeless that were addicted to drugs. And so my life, I promised myself when I was little, I never wanted to be on anything. I never wanted to be a slave to anything. Alcohol, weed. I had all kinds of friends doing all kinds of things when I was younger and in college. I had all kinds of friends hooked. I had friends that were hooked on drugs. But they would offer it to me. I'm like, nope. They'd be like, no. They're like, shit, Kiki don't do nothing. I sure don't. I don't do nothing. Never want to do nothing. Never want to smoke. Do nothing. Because again, like, I know in my family there is something wrong with us. Like, there is something genetically wrong with us, because my history, my family is riddled with drug addicts, riddled. And I feel like there's something wrong. Like, there's something misfiring in our DNA, that we have like addictive person. And I see that in myself, but it's just in different ways. Like, I'm a workaholic. Jennifer knows that, like, I'm a workaholic. And I see that level of mania. Like, I see it, like, and I think if I would ever start to doing drugs, I would probably be a drug addict. If I would have ever went down that road, because I see it in me. I see that level of mania, that, like, because I do that about work though. But thank God it's something productive. Thank God it's just work. I'm addicted to working. This is the least of my issues. I'm addicted to making money. So, I work a lot. And I can see like that, I have a hard time with work-life balance a lot, a whole bunch, a lot. I have a hard time with work-life balance. So, but I can see like how my level of agitation and energy, if I was on drugs, I would be all into that. I could see me getting like sucked into that because there's just something about us that just, it's either success or destruction in my family. It's never anything in between. We got a bunch of successful, really driven people, and then we have people that are like mentally ill and drug addicts and in jail and in and out of rehabs. And so it's either, feast or famine in my family. So it's kind of like my family's like, which one are you? Are you the workaholic crazy person? Or are you the drug addict crazy person? It's like, I'm the workaholic one. Okay, well, I can deal with you. I can't deal with the drug addict one. I'm gonna leave y'all alone because y'all, I'm gonna love you from afar. I love them from afar. I learned to separate myself from them because It's just a love of excess and partying. It's like, they like to, who would be a good conservator? I don't know. Oh, you had a brother diagnosed while in college? Wow. Yeah, it's hard when you go through so many like crazy things. And especially when coming from people that came from stable family. Because like my mom and her brothers and sisters, they all came from like a stable, loving home. Like my grandmother and my grandfather were stable, loving people. But I don't know what went wrong. Like I pondered that. I was like, really? They were like, I question you. You start questioning everything about your family when you start looking around you and you're like, what is my cousin? My cousin's walking down the street naked doing what now? Well, your cousin Michael was down the street running down the street naked because he's high on PCP. And you're like, what? I'm like, oh, okay. And then your aunt, huh? She's drunk somewhere. What? Like, what is that? What is wrong with us? I started questioning everything. I started questioning my own sanity as I says the person who was in a cult. Fuck me. Says the one who joined the cult. Let me take a bow, ladies and gentlemen. So again, I may not be the most well-adjusted. I'm like, wait a minute. I was in a cult. All right. All right. You guys are right. Maybe I am fucked up in my own way, but at least I didn't do substance abuse. I got out the cult. What do y'all want from me? See, I'm not in the cult no more. You guys, I'm good. So I think before I put myself on my high horse, I have to understand that that perhaps me being in a cult was kind of not a good decision as well. And I can laugh about it now, but I'm like, wait a minute, but they like, weren't you in a cult? I'm like, well, well, I was. I was in a cult for almost 10 years. So maybe that's how it manifests. You don't want to be no. I was in a cult from the time I was 13 to the time I was 23. From off and on, I was in a cult. So there you go. Or what they call a high control religion. And I witnessed a lot of things, and it was off and on. It was off and on. Well, like when I was around 16 or 17, I kind of got out of it. But then, like I did a video where I talked about I was 16 and 17, and I started dating 40-year-old men, and I was groomed by a 40-year-old man who was rich. And that's how I got exposed to like rich elites and stuff like that when I was 16, 17 years old. So I did a whole video talking about that, talking about my life experience, about what happened when I was 16, 17 years old, hanging around rich old men. Hanging around rich old men when I was 16 and 17 years old. This is the same when I was 16, when I was 16, 16 and a half. I dated this man, a quote unquote dated. I guess that's what you want to call it. But I have a whole video talking about it. This is the man I lost my virginity to. This is the man I quote unquote dated. He was like 42 years old, and he started taking me around. He was rich, real estate guy, and started taking me around to parties with other rich old men. And like I said, I already did part one. I just need to do a part two. But that's what happened to me when I was when y'all was sitting around hanging around partying. I was partying with old men. So, and then my experience is really, I got to see like some like Epstein shit when I was younger. Like, so when they talk about Epstein, I'm like, oh yeah, I experienced that. Like I kind of went through the same kind of things, It was a life lesson that I had to get myself out of. Like nobody knew what I was doing. I was sneaking around doing things that I shouldn't have been doing. That I should have had a bit more supervision in my life what I was doing. And I didn't know what I was doing was wrong at the time. I just thought I was getting attention and hanging out and whatever. So I didn't. And then when I was in the cult, I saw a lot of things. Like I saw and heard, well, I didn't see anything personally, but I heard things when I was in the cult. And actually there's the church that I went to, there's a couple of members of the church that got arrested in a pedo ring. They did. They got arrested. He's sitting in prison now, like the main elder in our church, him and 4 or 5 other dudes. And I didn't know this was going on, but I had heard whispers of things, but we didn't think nothing of it. And I was young. Like I said, I was 13, 14 years old, but they got arrested. They're sitting in prison right now. There's like dossiers and court records about things that they did to young kids that were going to the same congregation. And I had no idea this was going on, but they were like abusing children. Like, it was very sad. And so I didn't know this was going on until like 6 or 7 years ago that I figured out. I saw a news story. I saw somebody do something on YouTube, do a video about it, and my jaw dropped. People were like, yeah, this. And I was like, wait, that's where I used to go. Child, went and looked it up, was horrified. I had no idea this was going on behind the scenes in my church. I had no idea that the elders of the church was diddling around with little kids. No clue. Like, it made me rethink everything about, like, being in a cult made me rethink everything. But finding out that they are sitting in prison, that people that I trusted, people that I sat up there and listened to sermons are in prison, that changed my entire life about 6 years ago. Like, it changed my whole life. I was like, that's crazy. Yeah, it's horrible. That's crazy. That's crazy. Were you talking about Britney Spears? She sold her catalog. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, my experiences, like, I've experienced things like that people should probably never, that I never want my kids to experience. I'll tell y'all about one time I was hitchhiking home and I almost got kidnapped. Girl, I mean, I laugh about it, but it's not funny. I used to work at a deli called Slotsky's. I don't know if you heard about that. I walked down the street. So I would walk home at night because we didn't have a car. And so when I would walk, there would be this old man that would drive by, like, sometimes when I walked there. So I was really cold, and this guy was like, well, can I give you a ride? And I was like, okay, sure. I'm dumb. I'm young. Like, I was 19 years old. This dude almost kidnapped me. Like, real talk. This dude almost kidnapped me. I remember he was an older white guy. He was probably like in his 60s. And I told him to turn down the street, and he didn't. He just kept going. And I thought to myself, Lord have mercy, I'm fixing to have to jump out of this car. And then, like, this is before, like, cell phones. I was young. I was like 18, 19 years old. And this dude was like, well, I got to go pick something up first. And I'm not stupid. And I told the dude, I said, if you don't let me out of this damn car, I'm going to grab the steering wheel and we're going to fight. And I'm younger and I'm taller than this dude, because I'm like 5'10", right? And so I was like, I'm gonna have to beat this man up, like, I'm from the hood. And I told this dude straight up, I said, I will fight you. Like, I told this dude, I said, if you don't drop me off at this corner, me and you are gonna fight. I said, I will grab the steering wheel and we will fight. And I was ready. I had my fist balled up and I was ready. I thought to myself, I thought I was gonna die that night. I thought that man was going to kill me. Like, I thought I was gonna be on Unsolved Mysteries. I used to watch Unsolved Mysteries. Y'all remember Unsolved Mysteries back in the day? In my mind, I saw an episode of Unsolved Mysteries with a recreation with my ass on it. Like, I saw it in my back of my mind. I said, my grandmother and my mother are going to be heartbroken. That's what I thought. I said, I'm going to be on Unsolved Mysteries, and this man is going to kill me, and my family's never going to see me again. And I was ready to fight this guy. And I told him, and he got scared because I was ready. My fist was balled up. I was ready to punch this. We would have fought in that car. So he said, okay, calm down, calm down. And then he pulled over to the side of the road, and I got out the car and he sped off. And I remember me running through an alley. I remember me running home, scared to death. And I ran through this alley and I ran back around and I got home, and I remember me just sitting there and I was scared to death. And I remember my grandmother was asleep. And then the next day, like, she asked me, like, what was wrong? And I was spooked. Like, I was terrified. And then, and so I told my grandmother what happened. And she was like, oh my gosh. She was like, I can't believe you got in the car with. And so my grandmother told me to carry mace and a knife. She's like, girl, you better carry mace. And so ever since then, even now, now I always carry like something in my purse if I'm walking somewhere, like around the neighborhood, even though I live in a gated community. But it still used to me like wanting to protect. Like, I became real paranoid after that. It was traumatic. It was a traumatic experience. And I never forgot that. And I was like, this man's going to take me off and kill me. Like, I really did thought like something was, and then my naive, and I just didn't want to walk home that night. I was so tired. I remember I'd work like a double shift and I just didn't want to walk home and it was cold and I was like, okay, what the heck? And so I wouldn't even been here. Yeah, I would end up tied up in the basement, girl. Like I said, I was 19 years old, but I'm pretty strong though. I'm thinking I was sized this dude up and I'm like, I could take him. And something told me in the back of my head, you can take him. And then something told me threaten him. And that's what I did. I threatened him. And then cause I was ready. I was ready to grab that steering wheel and we would have been fighting. Like I was like, I could take this dude. I could take this old man. I was ready. I was like, I'm pretty young and I was young and spry back then. Then I was ready to scrap. I'm like, shoot, I'm from the hood. Like I'm used to fighting. So I told the dude, I said, look, I'm used to fighting, like I will fight you if you don't pull this car over right now. And he knew I was serious. And then like I remember like months later, I saw this dude. And I remember I told one of my friends that lived across the street, I said, girl, beware of this dude. Like I never told the police or anything. And so I didn't have no license plate number, but I remember months later I saw the same guy driving around. I saw the same guy and I told one of my friends that lived across the street, I told her to be careful when she walked to her job. I was like, do not get in the car with this dude. I said, he's driving around. I never figured out whether this dude or what. Like I think about that a lot. Like if I would have turned this dude in, maybe this dude was really like snatching up women and I'd never even known about it. Like this man could have been a whole ass serial killer and I couldn't, and I didn't say anything. I didn't turn him in. I didn't say nothing. And that's one of the regrets that I had that I should have, I told my grandmother, but she didn't tell me to do anything. And I was young, I was 19, but she should have told me to do something. And we should have called the police. We should have said something because I mean, this man was driving around and I don't, God knows how many other women he may have assaulted. I think about that often. Like I said, I thought about that today. And I was like, I should have said something. I do regret it. I should have said something, but yeah, I almost got, girl, I would have been, girl, I got murked up in here, fool. And I just, I should have said something now. I kind of regret that. Like I do regret that because I promise you some other young lady would have gotten in a car with him and I don't know what had happened to her. And like I said, I think about that. I've thought about that off and on throughout the years. That's one thing I do regret. And so it's hard out here, being a young lady. It's hard out here. So those are some of the things that I've experienced, even though we've gotten off topic. But that's what I've experienced. Being young. And I couldn't imagine like being in this industry, being in the K-pop industry, it's so sexualized. And I just shudder at the thought, especially in second generation, the things that 21 I've heard about them being sexualized and the things that they, since trainees being so young in the industry and having that Daddy YG sit up there and talk shit to you. Y'all, Daddy YG ain't nothing like. Speaking of Daddy YG, did y'all hear the YG announcement? Yeah, I should have called the police. I do regret that. Yeah, I don't know how we made it without cell phones back in the day, girl. There wasn't no cell phone back in them days when I was 19. No cell phone. But y'all, did y'all hear the announcement about Daddy YG? Y'all said no. Lemonade said no. Daddy YG made an announcement on the YG YouTube channel. He got up there and did a video with his little hat on, looking evil as he. Y'all talking about he up there looking evil or look like a boiled steam bun. Anyway, y'all remember when Yoongi said that his mama said. When Yoongi said that his mama said he looked like he's like a boiled steam bun. Remember that when Yoongi said his mama said that? I said, oh, Yoongi's mama's savage. He talking about, my mama saw me on TV talking about I look like a boiled steam bun. Or was it an oily steam bun? Y'all remember that? I said, his mama sound like me. That's something I would say to my child. Like, honey, you was on TV looking all sweaty. That's like that'd be some kind of honesty that I would give her. I said, oh, I like Yoongi's mama. I said, she sound like a woman from my own heart. She would tell her son some shit like that. How do I look, Mom? You kind of look like an oily, boiled steam bun on TV. I don't know. You was looking a little puffy in the cheeks. You looking a little fat in the face and a little sweaty, honey. Like that would be me real talking to my children. But anyway, I digress. So YG was on there looking like he was kind of looking like that. But he talked about what's happening this year. So this year he talks about Baby Monster doing another North American tour. He talked about Treasure, the male group Treasure, which I don't really pay attention to? Does anyone know about Treasure up in here? Is any Treasure fans? Raise your hand if you like Treasure. Anyone? Any? Hello? Y'all. Anyway, so Treasure is supposed to go on a North American tour. I'm gonna look up Treasure. Who listened to Treasure up in here? I know one of y'all have to. I forgot Treasure was even a group. I was like, who? I was like, oh yeah, them. I'm like Treasure. I'm like, what? So I'm not familiar with Treasure, but they're gonna go supposedly going to North. Oh damn, y'all said nope. So they are supposed to go on a tour. I've heard of them, but I don't think I've ever heard any. And I watch the charts all the time. I don't know if they've been, some of them, I heard that some of them been in the military, and that's why they've been on a hiatus for the past 18 months, because I think one or two of them have been in the military or something. Okay. So they're supposed to go on a North American tour. Then he talked about, they got a song called Darari or something. Okay. I'm gonna look them up in a minute. Then he talks about they're starting a new girl group, a 4-member girl group, and they starting a new boy group this year. And they've been working on this girl group, I told y'all, ever since last year. This girl group was supposed to come out in June and July, and I don't know what happened. YG, they're always delaying shit. So I don't know. So there you go. They didn't mention anything about Blackpink. A lot of the Blinks were upset because they didn't we're talking about YG don't encourage making no music. So I don't know. So there were some Blinks that were upset because none of the plans that he talked about included Blackpink. So yes, the new Jennies apparently are going to be the new Blackpink. He's supposed to have a new Jenny. Girl, they talking about they talking about them 4-member group. Them Blinks was mad last year. They was like, "What you mean 4 members?" And then Daddy YG was like, "I just happen to like 4. I don't. It's just a coincidence. I like 4. 4 is a great number." I'm like, okay. So there you go. So they're gonna be, and this girl group is going to be younger. I've talked about it before. That one of the members of the group that they talked about, she's 15. So they're going to be a younger, youthful, probably prettier and more talented Blackpink, because Daddy YG just keeps switching them out. He like 21, y'all gone. Come on, Blackpink. Oh, Blackpink, y'all getting older. We gonna just go. He just keep shuffling them right in. Like, come on, girls. Y'all ain't you. Come on, get a new one. So yes, there were Blinks that were upset, but yes, YG is supposed to be doing big things this year and hopefully producing music instead of doing nothing. So. But yes, and then speaking of Blackpink, I still got to do my Blackpink music review of their album. The Blinks are online terrorizing armies. If y'all didn't know about it, I am not on social media, but I have heard and people are telling me that the Blinks are online in army spaces terrorizing army, because apparently Blackpink, when their album came out, they sold like 1.4 million copies like that first day or two. And then after that, after that, it's been kind of like the first couple of days they was talking about it. But again, Blackpink has not had any promotions. Blackpink has not had no commercials. Blackpink ain't really did much to promote this album. I know Lisa was on Instagram Live the other day. That was about it. They have not done anything. And so I was like, well, what do you expect? So they sold. So apparently everybody who wanted to buy this album bought it. And then they have not brought any casual fans. They have not brought any casuals like me. They have not brought any new fans. The only people who bought this album is the diehards, and really that's about it. So ever since then, the sales have been kind of like steadily dropping quicker than apparently what YG had predicted. So there you go. They flatline, flatline. Yes, and most of the sales, I've been told, yes, they're from Chinese fans. Yes, that's what I heard. Yeah. So yeah, most of their sales have been from China. So that 1.4 million is a lot of them are China. The North American sales, from what I heard, has not panned out the way that they thought. And then the Blinks are upset and they're blaming BTS. And Jennifer told me the other day that she didn't know why they was blaming BTS when it ain't BTS's fault that their album is sucks. Jennifer said they should be blaming YG. Yeah, they were mad because Don't Change was the #1 song. They feel like BTS has stolen their thunder. And in my Blink brethren, I like y'all and everything. But at the end of the day, Blackpink, I have to remind people, remember, Blackpink's album was supposed to come out last quarter 2025. This album was not supposed to come out in February. It was supposed to come out in November of last year. So it's not anybody's fault that YG pushed up the album, even though it's a mini album with four new songs. Jump was already made. So I don't know why they pushed up the album to February. That is on YG. That is on BTS. That is not on, that is not on BTS. That's not on ARMY. That is on them. That is on YG. This album was supposed to come out last year. They project to be #7, which is not, wait a minute, hold on. Which is not good for a premier girl group. Yes, and then like I told people with album sales, it's downhill from here. It's not like the album sales are gonna go up. They just keep going down. So if your album sales have dropped, then they were trying to blame that it was the fact that it was the album came out before the weekend. And I didn't heard so many crazy things. They're like, well, the album came out right before a weekend, or the album came out right before this sports event happened. And I'm just like, well, the album came out and it was a quarter moon, not a full moon. So I'm just like, what does that have to do with it being the weekend? What does that mean? Like, shouldn't that make more people go buy the album? Like, I was confused. And then, well, people hadn't got to the pop-ups yet. Bro, really? Like, this is what we're doing? We're just, bro, I'm like, so we just making up excuses now. Like, the equinox wasn't daylight savings time yet. And so I'm like, what are we blaming daylight savings time now, motherfucker? Like, what is happening? Like, they blame everything but the fact that this album sales are dropping faster than what has been predicted. And they delayed their album and kept delaying it and delaying it. And yeah, this album should have came out like not even 2025. This album should have came out in 2024. While BTS was on a hiatus, Blackpink dropped the ball. I did a whole video about this last year that Blackpink dropped the ball. They should have came out with an album early 2025, maybe late 2024, and they would have had the whole charts and the whole thing to themselves. So they ain't got nobody to blame but themselves on going around and terrorizing armies and fucking with BTS and blaming BTS for stealing their thunder. You stole our thunder. I'm like, what? Like, okay, you blaming BTS for okay, all right. BTS, everybody knew BTS was coming back around the first quarter of 2026. Inside the industry, they talked about it. YG knew about it. Everybody knew about it. So it's not like everybody was like, we didn't know BTS was coming back. I mean, everybody knew BTS was going to get out the military in mid-2025 and have a comeback in 2026. Why would you release your album right before BTS finna come out with their album? It's just stupid to me. Like a month, almost a month to the date for BTS. They should have had more time to have their album to marinate and sell. And then on top of that, how you gonna come out with an album and you ain't done nothing to promote the album? It just, so the fact that the fans are disappointed, like the fans need to blame they need to blame the YG and the artists, because it's obvious to me that Jisoo was out here promoting her Netflix TV show, that Rose is at Fashion Week doing that. Lisa's out partying in Thailand and Japan and shit. And Jenny is just sitting around the house and chilling. I'm like, none of these young ladies are together. They are all out there doing their own thing. They like, you know what, we doing our own thing. No, I didn't say anything. Y'all are talking about we didn't even know. Yeah. Yes, they're always going to sell $1.5 million because of their fan base. But then after the fan base had bought the album, that's it. Like, it ain't, Lisa out here doing hot with. Right. I'm just like, what? Y'all ain't got no music shows, no promotions. They ain't even going live together. I think they went live together once. That was it. Y'all ain't did no interviews. Y'all ain't did nothing. How are you planning to sell albums when y'all have done nothing? And then they're supposed to do some shows in the summer. They got 6 shows that they're supposed to do together, I think, starting in May or June or something like that in Asia. They're supposed to do 6 different shows singing the songs from the album. I'm like, what, all 4 songs? I'm like, congratulations, ladies. I mean, get up there and sing those 5 songs. Like, I mean, yes, the fans are upset that Heart to Heart beat them on Heart to Heart is very popular in South Korea. They are very popular. I don't understand it. I don't get it, but they're very popular. You know. Yeah, Blackpink don't seem like they even like each other no more. They just like, I ain't fucking with her over there. Like, we good. Like, hey, girl. You know, yeah, YG can't, they deserve the blame. Yes. Yes, it is their fault. Yeah, YG don't care. The girls don't care. I said, I'm tired. I don't understand why the fans care. I said, why you care when it's obviously the group and YG don't give a shit? Because if they cared, they'd be out there promoting their album. They on social media taking pictures. Jisoo over there talking about her Netflix show. She done moved on. So I told the Blinks, y'all need to move on too. You see that? Go on over and support Jisoo's Netflix show. That's what y'all need to do. Y'all need to go ahead and support her acting career. Because that's what she want to do. Because this whole musical thing, she like, she done moved on. You know, they have their own interests, you know. Yeah, and they trying to blame it on YG. I'm like, YG is not all to blame. It's obviously, we knew it before Blackpink came together for this tour last year. We all knew Blackpink was over. I knew they was over. When they got up on that stage and I watched them stages over and over and over again, y'all know I was watching stages every other week to see whether they were going to improve or change. And when I see that they weren't improving or changing, that it was just still sporadic and all, I could tell that they was on stages going through the motions like, shit, okay, girl, you know. Like, they was going through the motions. SM girl groups are always popular in Korea. That is true. They do. SM girl groups are real peak. Like Heart to Hearts, aespa. Yeah, people really like them. Leave them videos alone. Y'all leave them music videos alone. Jump was a music video that I thought it was okay. I thought the song was kind of catchy. But this Go, I was like, what am I thought I was watching a commercial for an AI program. I was like, is this Adobe commercial? Like, they got a new AI. Oh, no, this is a music video. Oh, this not a commercial? I didn't know. I thought it was an Adele commercial. I thought Adobe came out with some new AI program. I didn't know if it was a new Gronk or the new Chat GPT commercial. I didn't know what I was watching. Because, again, the whole music video, they in separate spots doing separate things. And I was like, who in the hell thought of this concept for this video? I could have made a concept better than that in my damn sleep. I could have made a music video better than that in my sleep. I was like, I was sitting there going, I hope YG did not spend a lot of money on this damn. I just, I was like, please tell me that y'all didn't spend a lot of money on this music video. Please tell me y'all didn't spend millions. Because this music video, I'm like, are they even a group? It just seemed like 4 solo artists singing, and then like one scene where they're together, and I'm just like, okay, I guess they a group. I'm like, we ain't got no dance with the song. Well, the song really Go ain't really a song you would dance to either. So I was just like, yeah, Blackpink did break aespa's record, which they always will because Blackpink is very popular. Blackpink, I like their videos because they were innovative and bold and the outfits that they had. But this Go video, I'm like, so we just sitting around wearing muted colors. Like, they was wearing a lot of browns, a lot of beiges. It was very like kind of art. You know what it reminded me of, besides being a commercial for like some kind of new Adobe program? It reminded me of one of these art house videos that people make, that people are trying to be like serious and artsy, but then it comes across as being corny. That's what it kind of felt like to me. Like somebody was trying way too hard to be like, let's just throw in a bunch of shit. They just threw in a bunch of things in this video. It's like, let's get some paddles. Let's get some boats. Let's be day in space. No, it's water. No, it's stars. No, it's people's bodies. And then here's the inside of their body. I said, what did y'all just throw in a bunch of graphics? It was like, it was way too much. And then the chorus, What chorus? What was that, a chorus? All right, I guess you guys say it's a chorus. And then they really weren't together even in the video. I said, how y'all gonna make a video with a group and they not in the video together? It's like, did they film it? And that's why I was kind of suspicious. Because I really thought that they had filmed this video with them being in different places. And they just kind of was like, all of them weren't together. And maybe they didn't want to come together. And then they was like, well, you will just film this here and film that at different times. So I hope this video didn't cost a lot, take a lot of time to make, because the scenes were just like, I'm just like, deadline. It was deadline. It was like, okay, go to bed. Good night, Lisa. Thank you. Have a good day. Oh, you thought you was the only person? No, girl. I watched that video going, so they not together in the video? I'm like, okay. Like, I thought it was weird. It just seemed like they was just just threw in a bunch of graphics and just put some clips in. I was like, I could have did a better video than that. I could have had a better concept of a video that would have been a bit more coherent, because that video was not, there was no story being told. There was nothing. It was just a bunch of symbols and cool graphics. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. But what is this? It had nothing to do with the song or what they were singing or how they were. It had nothing to do with the lyrics. It had nothing to do with nothing. Just I was just like, yeah, they fans deserve better, but the fans have to want better though. Like, the fans just want to defend this. There's no way I'm gonna get up here and defend this. As much as I'm a casual Blink, I'm not gonna get up there and defend that shit. Why would I defend that? Like, I'm just gonna tell it like it is. I'm like, it's indefensible. And like I said, I don't know who to blame. I don't know who to blame, really. Like, I mean, but I guess, it's just, it's just, you have to blame a little bit of everybody, because Blackpink should have wanted more. Like, they should have been like, what's the I'm sure they were told the concept of the video ahead of time. And the story, they usually have storyboards for the video and what the video is going to look like. And I would have been like, okay, well, we're not doing this. Like, no, this doesn't sound right. But maybe they liked it. Maybe they liked the concept. I don't know. Like I said, maybe they liked it. They may have liked it, y'all. But I just...
Besides.
Oh, they talking about Friday the 13th, the TV series. I used to watch that. But yeah, I just... it's just like, but I said I'm having my review, so y'all wait for it. But anyway, last but definitely not least, let's talk about the HYBE Bang PD thing that broke on Friday, as somebody is out here trying to sabotage BTS and trying to sabotage HYBE. And I did a video about it, about this YouTuber that came out and did this press conference. And I put it in quotes because apparently only 2 reporters. And this story, as much as everybody talked, well, not everybody, but a lot of us were talking about it, it didn't really go that wide in South Korean spaces. I was looking around for the story today and I didn't really see it. So some bootleg ass YouTuber did call the press conference looking like Uncle Fester. I don't... I apologize. But I finally saw the press conference today, and I'm just sitting there like this. This dude looking like, I don't even know. Like, I don't even go there. I won't say what I really want to say. Let me just keep my mouth shut and keep it kosher. Let me keep it classy and kosher. But this dude sat up here looking like a lost lamb in a puffer coat. Looking like a reject from 2 p.m., damn it. Second gen 2 p.m., bitch. Looking like a fat K-pop reject. In a puffer vest, bitch. Who claimed to be anonymous. Yes, there was like 4 people in the room with a lawyer next to him. That after a little bit of investigation, we don't even know the lawyer. Spoiler alert, everybody. The quote unquote lawyer next to him is highly suspicious as hell too. Like some people were saying that he wasn't even really a lawyer. I said, I'd be damned up in here. Some people are like, well, he claims he a lawyer. Bitch, what? They was online talking about, well, he claimed he a lawyer. I said, so you can just claim to be a lawyer? They like, well, yeah, and this dude, apparently this dude is not an entertainment lawyer. He like some traffic lawyer or some shit. I said, y'all got me to, oh my God, today. I can't. This is why I can't take K-pop seriously. And this is why I be mad at South Korea sometimes, y'all. Because I be like, and this made the news? This dude up here with a bowl haircut from 1993, wearing a puffer jacket from First Gen, up here looking like a rejected fat swamp. Called a press conference, told this convoluted ass story that I did not understand. I was so confused. Like I sat there and read. I watched Asian Entertainment like 3 times. I watched her video, still didn't understand it. I read the articles, still didn't understand it. I still don't understand what the hell this man was talking about. Like I'm really beginning to think somebody need to check on this man, that he needed some sort of mental help, because I don't know what the hell this man was even talking about. I went through I'm up here late at night looking up South Korea like IPO codes, and like I'm researching because I didn't understand what he was saying. Again, I watched Asian Entertainment video over and over and over again. And I'm still like, I'm confused. I don't know what the hell he talking about. I still don't understand how what he was saying leaked back to Bong PT. Please help me. Because did anybody else not understand? I'm like, I work in finance. This is what I do for, I've worked at the SEC. And I'm still going, I don't. You know what? Maybe I need to look at the code, the IPO code. I'm looking up here in Korean business regulations. Like I'm really on it. Bitch, I was up here on an expedition, okay? I'm like codes. Girl, I'm up here on my bitch, I got my laptop. I'm like, okay, so codes. Let's see. Scroll down. No, bitch. No. What? No, the section code 5 of the District Court of South Korea, and then the IP, and then what we talking about the crypto and the crypto. Girl, my computer was overheating. My fan on my computer cut on. It said. My computer's like, you're doing too much. Stop. My computer over here overheating. Y'all, I ain't lying. Girl, I was over here working like I was at my job. I was like, I need to get paid per hour on this. Because I didn't even understand what they were saying. They're saying that the anonymous dude sent the press. He probably told the press to come there. And I'm like, I didn't understand what I said. I dare anybody get online and drag HYBE and say that they understand what this man was talking about. I said, God damn it, how do I work in finance? And I didn't how did I used to work in the security exchange? And I was still like, I don't know. I'm like, what is this? In the crypto? I'm looking up the history of Signal. Like, I'm looking up the history of Signal Entertainment. I'm looking up the CEO. I'm like, okay, he was born, and then he went to school here, and then this company, they had the investments with who? I'm telling you. Like, I should have got paid for all. After all of that, I was like, I'm telling you, I was up all night like, okay, because I'm determined. When I don't understand, I was like, I'm going to figure this out. I want to figure this out. All right, let's go. After like an hour, I'm like, I don't understand. I was like, I'm finna go to bed. I'm tired. Shit, my computer overheating. I still didn't understand it. It was, I'm perplexed. I'm like, how does this have to do with the IPO scandal? And he did, and then it was a lot of assumptions. Well, Bong PD should have did this, but he didn't, or normally this would happen, but it didn't. I'm like, and so I'm going and looking up other businesses to see like how did they go public. Businesses in South Korea, and it's all over the place. People have raised capital in many different ways. People have taken investments from foreign investors. People have come out and get investments from private venture companies. People have done a combination of different things. There's no one way to do business in South Korea. There's no normal way to do business. People have done a combination of different things to raise money, to get capital, to get credit. It's so the assumptions that this man was saying was like, this seems suspicious. That seems suspicious. And I'm like, that's not really. I'm like, there's other groups, there are other companies that have done the exact same things. HYBE is not doing anything different. And again, he's being investigated by the fucking police and by the organization that invests. And I'm like, you think after them coming and raiding HYBE's offices and taking all these MP3s and taking all this data, you would think that they would know all of the transactions that HYBE and Big Hit have done over the years. So if it's been a year and they haven't found anything, I doubt puffer jacket wearing ass bowl cut YouTube looking ass dude is going to figure out anything different than anybody else and then come up there with no evidence. No receipts, no evidence. And then I was like, okay, well, if you got the smoking gun and you got people dropping dimes and tell you stuff, why are you having a press conference and not going to the police with the information? Why are you not going to the organization that's investigating the IPO? Why would you have a press conference? This is the type of shit that drive me crazy in Korea. And then I told my Korean friends, I said, I was mad fussing at them. I said, because y'all eat this shit up. Y'all act like because somebody sits in a conference room and calls a press conference is nothing. Then, like I said, I read the article and did a video before I went to the dude's YouTube. So I don't know if you guys have been to the dude's YouTube. This fucking... Let me calm down. Let me... This person has a YouTube channel where they are dragging HYBE and Bang PD. They seem to me a cyber wrecker channel, right? One of these cyber wreckers that you guys hear about. They are dragging HYBE. They're bringing all kinds of things about Bang PD. And it sounds like they are being paid by somebody outside. That's what it sounds like. I looked at this channel. Some of the videos only have like 600 views. So again, not only is this person making up things, but they're also clout chasing. So now this person has got an influx of subscribers and people watching their videos. So this person, again, so I said from what I've learned, even though I didn't learn anything about financials, I'm more confused as ever. What I learned is apparently as a content creator, I can call a press conference in South Korea. I'm going to take my happy ass to South Korea. And I'm going to be like, hey, I'm a YouTuber, right? And I'm going to get up there and be like, Min Hee Jin has embezzled a bunch of money. And damn it, my PowerPoint skills and my graphic skills are superb, damn it. I'm an artist. So I'm going to come up with some real good shit. I'm going to bust out all my AI tools. I'm going to have Min Hee Jin running around with her drawers on and butt naked in front of a judge. Like, you know, if anyone's going to do it, I'm going to do it big. Like if you're going to accuse somebody of some shit, if you're going to have a whole press conference and a whole screen with my PowerPoint is on, my graphics package is going to be next level. Like if I'm going to pull out some shit, I'm going to go to all my AI arsenals. Min Hee Jin going to be butt naked with a sole judge. I'm just going to call it. She's going to be caught embezzling money. Like I'm going to put up all the documents because apparently in South Korea, this is what you can do. And I'm going to accuse Min Hee Jin of all these different things. Even I may accuse Min Hee Jin of even kidnapping a fucking baby. Whatever. Because in South Korea, apparently that's what you can do. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm like, look, there's Min Hee Jin. She's kidnapping a fucking baby. I'm telling you, she evil. And everybody going to be like, I'm going to call a press conference. I'm going to call all the press I know and be like, gather around because I got a press conference. And here's my graphic package. And I promise you, see, look, she's doing all these horrible, evil shit. And everybody's going to believe me. Why? I don't know. Who knows? Because I'm a YouTuber? Because apparently that's how it goes in South Korea. You just call a press conference, make up a bunch of shit, and then I'm gonna get tons of viewers, and I'm gonna get tons of people on my channel, and I'll be like, I got her, and I'm not gonna provide any evidence whatsoever that Minnie Jen is kidnapping babies. Like I'm not, she's embezzling. She embezzled money from SN. This is keep it all 100. She embezzled money. She eating babies, whatever. She was on the Epstein Island. I mean, I'm gonna go all the way with it. Yup, Minnie Jen, Epstein Island. She knew Epstein, right? Whatever. Here's pictures of her and Epstein. I got it. Yup. 5 nights of Epstein. We're gonna put Minnie Jen in the game. Like, why? Like, again, if it's that easy, then I need to be doing this. Because if he can get away with this shit and then claim to be anonymous, he's known as Mr. A. What the fuck, Korea? I was like, and he get to be anonymous? And then I'm gonna have Jennifer sitting next to me, and y'all motherfuckers gonna be watching the press conference talking about that ain't her lawyer, that's just Jennifer. I'll be like, this is my lawyer. And Jennifer gonna walk up there with a suit on, with a business suit, talking about, I'm her lawyer. You can call me Jenny Smith. I'm her lawyer. And Jennifer gonna sit up next to me and be known as Jenny Smith, the lawyer. Cause that's how we gonna roll. And she's gonna be my lawyer for that day. And that's how we're gonna sit up there and we're gonna be like, it's official. And I'm gonna come up there and I'm gonna come up in my BTS shirt and I'm gonna come up there with my sweatpants on and my Crocs and I'm gonna shuffle up on stage and I'll be like, it has to be true because I'm a YouTuber and I said so. Right? My lawyer Jenny Smith is telling y'all. And she gonna be like, yep, I'm her lawyer. Because apparently in South Korea, that's what I've learned. That you can be a YouTuber and accuse anybody of any damn thing. And it's fine. And people are gonna write articles about it. And Minnie Jen gonna be at Epstein Island. She gonna be eating babies. That's how it's gonna go. I'm like, well, since we're making up things, I can make up some good. I'll be like, look, I got video evidence. Look, see, that's not AI. That's her really doing that shit. Don't y'all believe me? See? And I'm gonna have 1 million views and 1 million subscribers. Boom. And oh my God, let me stop. The whole entire time I'm thinking, HYBE, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, the YouTuber has 840. The YouTuber has, okay, look, I got this. I have almost 5,000 subscribers. Like, I got this shit. Like, he only has 800 and something subscribers. I was looking at the videos and I was like, this dude has like 600 views. I was like, oh no. I was like, shit, I got more street cred than he do. I have more, like, you have 800 and something. You have 800 and something subscribers. And you call yourself blowing the whistle on HYBE. Baby, if you don't get off my... I don't know why. They should have just laughed. I would have laughed his ass out the room. Like, I couldn't... I went and looked at his videos and I'm like, okay, this only got 600 subscribers. I was trying to hurt. I was like, this one has 200 views, 600 views, 800 views. I was like, you got, how the hell you got less views than me? And then he's like, I'm anonymous. I was like, fuck out of here. Oh my God. Like I said, I was pissed at first. But then after I started looking the stuff up, I was like, man, this motherfucker. Ain't nobody think about this. I don't even know how he convinced the press to even show up. This is so ridiculous. And he was like, well, they're asking him, they're like, well, did you do this because BTS finna come out with an album? He's like, of course not. I just want the truth to come out about Bang PB. Shut your bitch ass up. I just want the truth to come out. What? Sir, how much are you getting paid? Right. I'm like, is Minnie Jen paying you? Are you on the pay? Because there's no way that anybody would take this even serious. Like, I was so annoyed that day. Like, I was like, this is what I did. I told my friends in South Korea, I was fussing at them even though it wasn't their fault. But I just was leaning on them and I'm like, I'm sorry. And I feel bad because I shouldn't have been fussing at them because it's not their fault. But I was like, but this is the kind of bullshit they do. This is why I said, this is why South Korea be making me mad. And it do, because this is the type of sensational shit that wouldn't even get reported here. Somebody show up with 900 subscribers on YouTube talking about they finna drop the dimes on Taylor Swift. People would be like, okay. They'd be like, okay, sir, bye-bye. They'd be like, go on now. Nobody would take that seriously. Nobody would show up for a press conference. Everybody be like, you what? Like nobody would take it seriously. Nobody in America would take that seriously. They wouldn't even get no press. They might get put on social media, but they wouldn't have made like Billboard or Forbes or like Forbes is not going to be like a YouTuber with eight. I mean, even me reading it, it sounded silly. I'm like trying to read the article, trying to be serious, but a YouTuber called I was like, Lord, a YouTuber. Like, I can't even believe I'm saying this. I'm like, for Christ's sakes, like me saying it sounded dumb. I was like, this just sounds dumb. A YouTuber said he called a press conference. I'm like, is this a joke? I read the article and I'm like, this has to be a joke. I said, is this Friday the 13th? This is April Fool. They ain't April Fools yet. Again, I said, if this was America, nobody would even care. They'd be like, what? They would have been like, who is this fool up here talking about what? They'd be like, oh, this is embarrassing. They would have called him mentally ill and been like, sir, take your are you okay? You taking your meds today, sir? Like, if you don't get back on your meds, sir, and take that puffer vest off, go on now. Like, it wouldn't even made the news here, much less it wouldn't even made local news. If he would have did it locally somewhere, people would have just ignored it and been like, okay, this guys, they would have think he was mentally unstable. That's why many journalists did not show up. Yes, only the anti-HYBE writers, and the fact that HYBE has anti-HYBE writers. Oh, I need to do a whole. I'm gonna do a whole video about HYBE and how if I worked for HYBE, what I would do a lot different because it would be a lot different. I told y'all if I worked for HYBE, I'd be the Darth Vader of HYBE. Like they wouldn't know. They wouldn't even know what hit them. When I walk in, I would run around with a black cape on because they. Like if I'm gonna be Darth Vader, I'm gonna go all the way with it. I'm gonna cosplay with it too. I would show up with a female Darth Vader outfit on and just sit at the table. And they be like, what is this? I'm like, this is your impending doom. Like if I'm gonna do that video next week. If I worked at HYBE, what I would do different because it would be a new era at HYBE. They talking about Kiki working at HYBE, issuing in a whole fascist dictatorship. Oh God. They would see me coming and be like, oh shit, here she come. I'd walk in with theme music. They'd be like, dun, 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 dun. I walk in, dun, 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 dun. Hello, gentlemen. They like, oh hell, what you want? It would be so peaceful in these K-pop streets. Everybody would talk about HYBE in hushed tones. They'd be like, well, HYBE, what you say? A moment, somebody, well, BTS, what you say? What you gotta say? I'll be like, Minhee Jin, I'll sue you. I don't care if I get $100, $200, or 5 cents. I will sue you into oblivion. It would be. I would usher into HYBE a fascist dictatorship. It would be something that they had never seen before in industry. And I'm sure they probably seen. I'm sure Kakao. When I did my story about Kakao is kind of like that. But Kakao owns and runs a lot of things. I would expand HYBE. For sure, I would expand HYBE's reach, and HYBE has a deal with Spotify. By the way, speaking of HYBE, where they're going to do podcasts. Do you understand? I would love for HYBE to come to me and be like, "Could you do a podcast?" I'll be like, "I read that," and so I don't know what kind of. It's in the early stages. I don't know what kind of podcasters they're going to have on Spotify. I would die if HYBE would ask me to do a podcast. I would be so ready for that. People, they wouldn't even know what to make of me. They'd be like, we don't know what to make of her. Like, she's wild. I'm like, but if I worked for HYBE, yes, I would usher in a fascist dictatorship. like they would be like, businesses would be like, what? I'm like, yeah, this is what we're going to do. I would force them into just capitulation. Like I would force them. I would starve them out. I would withhold all my artists and just force them to just behave. Like the fandom would, everything would change. If I was in charge of HYBE, everything would change. Like it would be none of this. It would be none of this no more. I'd be like, we're ending all of this. Like I'd burn the whole system down to the ground and know like we're issuing in something different. That's how I would do it. Like I said, I'm gonna do a whole video detailing what I would do and how I would implement certain changes and to make HYBE better and to also have HYBE have HYBE better for the artists as well, not just for HYBE bottom line, but for the artists as well. The artists deserve to be protected, and I would for sure protect my artists would be my number one priority, and it would start with BTS. BTS would be protected at all costs. Like I wouldn't let nobody get online and drag BTS like they do. There is no way in hell if I ran HYBE, I would have the strongest legal department in the history of the music industry. And if anybody act like they was finna drag BTS over some bullshit, they would get an NDA and a cease and desist order, and I'm like, I'm gonna sue you. Like I don't care who you is. These fans online, they would be scared. They'd be running around in hushed tones talking about BTS like they were gods. They'd be like, well, you know BTS, what y'all say? I'll be like, hey, what y'all doing here? What y'all talking about BTS? Oh no, we're just saying how benevolent and good they are. Okay, just checking, just checking. Just checking, just checking. Say something. I'm like, ah! They're like, here she come. I'm like, hey, what are y'all talking about in here? We got any criticism? I would say something. I dare you to say something. Shit. Say something. They're like, oh, okay. They be like, no, we're good, we're good. I'm like, that's what I thought. You guys have a good day now, ta-ta. Like, I'm telling you, people would be scared to say anything about BTS without getting sued or blocked or whatever. I would make it very uncomfortable for them to, yeah, I don't mind constructive criticism, but the things that BTS have faced with them being just dogpiled on, I wouldn't, not on my watch. I'd be like, y'all need to come correct. It would. It'd be a Kiki dictatorship. Kiki dictatorship. I don't know if the podcast is going to be English or not. That would be good. I would love to see it. I would love to hear a podcast. And people are claiming, well, HYBE pay. Again, I don't understand. I've said it before. If HYBE was half the evil empire that people claim they wouldn't be online talking about HYBE as the evil empire. None of these conversations would ever fly. Y'all wouldn't have the freedom to go online and talk shit about HYBE if HYBE was that evil. If HYBE was that evil, nobody would be online talking shit about HYBE. Everybody would be scared. They'd be running scared. If HYBE is half the evilness, and they're not. HYBE let people get away with way too much for my taste. I would I'm like, y'all let these people get online and talk. It would have been a done deal. Like nobody would get away with anything. Everybody would be checked. I'm like, you got some. The media would be checked. The first thing I would do is sweep into the media and be like, okay, so how much? Who owns this website and this newspaper? Okay, we're gonna buy half of it and go sit. And then you guys go sit down. You think the anti-HYBE forces plans got messed up when it was revealed that Bang Si-hyuk is not credited on an upcoming album? Yeah. Yeah, they were going to try to use his involvement as a weapon. Yes. Yeah, they were going to try. Yeah, they was ready for that too in the arsenal. I wouldn't care. I said, let them come. I said, y'all be frozen out. Like, good luck. It would never, these people would not see the light of day. Especially the more visible, high profile ones. These ones with these X pages and they would be all served cease and desist. Cease and desist. I need y'all to not even mention my group unless you got something nice to say. Don't say it at all. We're good here. Thank you. Have a good day. Cease and desist. Yeah, they would be sued into oblivion. Like they would. I would just keep suing them. You got something else to say? We're gonna take you back to court. Like everybody would be in court. My legal team would be real strong. They would be the strongest in the industry. And everybody would be scared. They would be running scared of BTS. They would be, I told you, they'd speak in hushed, reverent tones. I need you to get your bass out your voice when you're talking about Bangtan. I need you got some bass in your voice a little bit there. Excuse me, you have some bass in your voice. You seem a little hostile toward BTS. No, we're good. We're good here. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Because I don't want to hear none of that bass in your voice when you're talking about BTS. You seem a little hostile. So a little agitated about something here. When you got a little agitation, you got... I need you to fix your fucking face before you talk about BTS. I need you to put a smile on your face. That's right, smile. Now get out of here. Girl, I'll be like, look, I don't see no smiling. Y'all need to smile. They'll be like, no, we love BTS. That's right. That's what I like to see, a smile on everybody's faces. I want you to smile when you're talking about my group. They be like, oh God. They're like, I want you to smile. You just got a little bit too much bass in your voice when you're talking about BTS. You just sound a little agitated. Maybe you need to bring that down a notch. You need to bring it on down. Bring it on down. And you get a smile on your face and be like, yes, BTS album. Yeah, we love it. Right. Great. See you later. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I just, I was just having a good, I got some indigestion. You better clear that shit up. Let me run HYBE. Just let me do it for about 6 months. Everybody would be on lockdown. Everybody be like, shh. They be like, she like the Darth Vader of HYBE. Damn right. I would come up with HYBE like we are issuing in a new order, a new world order. I'm telling y'all, I would be the Homelander of K-pop. Like they would hate me. I would be the Homelander of K-pop. Someone told me the other day, they're like, you give off very Homelander vibes. I'm like, do I? They're like, yeah, it's kind of scary. I'm like, I would be like, welcome to it. We're ushering in a new era here at HYBE. We are going to have a great time. We're issuing a new era. They're like, you're like the Homelander of K-pop. I do kind of give off that vibe though sometimes, like, because to me, it's unnecessary. Like, I don't mind people critiquing and not liking BTS and everything like that. But the dogpiling to me is unnecessary. It is demeaning, is demoralizing, is horrible. And I think that, like, if I ran a big agency like HYBE, my goal to use all of my power, again, what is the point of having power if you don't wield it? That is always, I've always said, there is no point of being as big as HYBE, as powerful as HYBE, if I can't wield power. And that's how I thought that way. I think that way about everything. What is the point of having power if you don't wield it? I will wield power. I know how to wield power in the right way, I think. And if I had that much power, I'd be like, BTS ain't going on none of y'all shows. None of you. None, not one of you show. None of you. And they'd be like, what? I'm like, no, we're not doing any interviews. We're not coming on your show. We don't need you people. They be like, oh, well. I'm like, I'll say, well, if you want us to come, I need you to clear it up. I need you to get something right. I need you to clean that shit. I'll tell you, I'll be all over these publications that try to write nasty things about BTS. I was like, guess what? Yeah. Well, I'm like, we'll give you an interview, but I need you to clean some things up, though. I need you to just, I need you to be nice. Like, I need you to be kind. If you want us to give you an interview, we'll give you an interview. But I just need you to do something for us. Clean that shit up. I need you to get it together. They're like, yes, the Homelander. They're like, I just be like, I need y'all to be nice and give me my milk. I love Homelander so much, y'all. Like, that's my dude. Like, oh, that's my dude. They would be like, oh, I was like, we're ushering in a new world order here at HYBE. But like, we are going to assert our dominance in the industry. And y'all hoes is going to feel it. And y'all are not going to, I'll be like, y'all are not going to like it. Some of y'all are not going to like it. Some of you are going to love it. I was like, you're going to love it here. Trust me. I was like, everybody going to fall in. Everybody, boom, boom, boom. It would take time, but they would fall in line. You would never hear nothing bad about BTS ever again. But the thing about it is, what I'm saying, it's not like anything that SM hasn't done. When SM has, like, truth is it told, SM does stuff like this, and not in a mean way. But SM, y'all understand why don't they be dragging SM like they be dragging all the rest of these groups? I'm telling y'all, SM, whatever SM hold has over K Media, it is worth studying. SM has always been like that. You talking about SM's paying and stuff? SM got the right idea. Yeah, plus the milk. Yeah, SM don't pay. Yeah. I don't know what SM is doing. But whatever they doing, I think Agencies need to copy that. Because yeah, it's time to be ruthless. It's time to wield the power that HYBE has. HYBE is bigger than JYP. They're bigger than YG. They're bigger than all of these agencies put together. Like, I'm like, and then these people be jealous because HYBE be making deals. And I'll be like, HYBE be doing what other companies did. The same thing with the Spotify thing. People act like HYBE is the only music company. Spotify has deals with Geffen. I looked it up. They have deals with Sony. They have deals with Warner. They're not the only company or the only entertainment. And Spotify has a lot of different kinds of deals with different musical entities. I don't understand for the life of me. I don't understand how the things that HYBE do get magnified in K-pop, and then here in America, nobody cares. Like, well, HYBE signed with this company or has this distributor. It's standard things that happen in the industry. They make deals with Spotify and iTunes. I'm like, so other companies, so Sony can do it, but then HYBE can't. So UMG can do it, but HYBE can't. So Warner Brothers Music can do it, but HYBE can't. It'd be so ridiculous. I'd just be like, well, what do y'all? I'd just be so upset. Thank God I'm not on social media because I don't understand what these people expect HYBE to do. Well, HYBE is buying up stuff again. HYBE is doing the same shit that everybody else in the industry. Yes, they have deals with Spotify. People were mad about the HYBE Netflix deal with BTS. How y'all gonna get mad at Netflix? Is the biggest streaming thing in the world. Wow, what else would you expect HYBE to do? They gonna go with the biggest of the best. So why wouldn't they? Of course, Netflix are gonna want the biggest pop group in the world to be on their platform. Of course, HYBE is gonna want to utilize the biggest streaming system in the world. Why wouldn't they? Like, that would be a bad business decision. I just don't understand, Yeah, Daddy YG almost went bankrupt. Yeah, he was forced out. Yeah, YG don't really have no groups like that besides, Blackpink, Yeah, HYBE need to have some balls. Like, yeah, Wake One is a more cutthroat. I heard about some of the things that they were dealing. But yeah, HYBE I'm just like, why are y'all letting people get away with dragging y'all groups and creating whole YouTube accounts? If that was me, that man would have an account. He would have been sued to oblivion. Mr. A, with your damn puffer jacket. I would have sued Mr. A out his puffer jacket. You hear me? I would have been like, I'm like, your YouTube channel need to be gone. I need about $20,000. And damn it, bitch, I'm going to need that puffer jacket. Yes, I'm a... Y'all be like, Kiki, I know you did not sue this man. Y'all told my Kiki, girl, I know you didn't sue. I said what I said. Shut down the channel. Don't be talking about HYBE. This is defamation. I'm gonna need about $10,000 to $20,000 for every video you got. And damn it, I want the puffer jacket on my wall in a frame because, bitch, I'm petty. Okay? I'm petty like that. I want the puffer jacket. Yes, and give me the Affliction shirt too. I'm gonna put both of them on my wall in a frame. Yes, I'm that petty. They'd be like, do you really want? No, I want that. They'd be like, well, what about the jacket and the shirt? I want both of those. Baby, I'm 50 Cent petty, honey. I am so petty. I am 50 Cent petty. Okay, yes, I want the puffer jacket. It's part of my lawsuit. They be like, yeah, she wanted this money. She calling defamation. The judge be like, and you want the puffer jacket and the shirt? Yes, I do, Your Honor. My lawyers be like, Your Honor, she really wants the puffer jacket. What does this have to do with anything? No, it's the principal part of. I'm like the 50 Cent of K-pop. Like, I'm real petty like that. To me, get her cap as part of the lawsuit. What about the haircut? He can keep the haircut. I want the puffer jacket and the shirt. That's what I want. Like I said, if I ran HYBE, I said before, Minhee Jin wouldn't be, all of this stuff that went on Minhee Jin would be a moot point. New Jeans would still be performing. Minhee Jin would be off on her own with her own label. Island and Le Seraphim would be safe. Nobody would be saying anything about them if I ran HYBE. New Jeans would be headed to a world tour by now. I would have got all of them together, honey. I would have got all their parents in a room, and I would have been like, so, let's go. I would have been like, I would have been like, let's go. I would have got all the parents in the room. I said, come on, gather around. I'd have been, come on, parents, come on, just gather around and let's just talk about this. Okay, so I think you're cheating on your wife. I think you're cheating on your husband. You embezzle money. You ain't shit. You're pretty questionable. You have a gambling addiction, right? They all would have been horrified. I'd have been like, so since I know things, I drink and I know things. So when are you guys gonna go back to work? Because I got whole files on all you fuckers. So all you parents, I need you to get your kids back in the booth and tell me when you're gonna be there. You gonna be there next week? Great. Have a good day, and walked out the room. They would have got it together real quick. They would have been like, what? I'm like, yeah, I got dirt on all y'all. Let's go. Mini Jen, I would have snatched her up. I would have went all the way back to elementary school on her ass. I'd have been like, at the age of 5, you pulled Sun Yi's pigtails. Did you pull Sun Yi's pigtails back when you were 5, bitch? This what it says right here. It says right here that you was pulling pigtails at 5. Okay, let's move on. High school. Were you the mean girl in high school? Did you really put somebody in the closet? Mini Jen? Girl, that's not nice. Okay, let's go to university. University, did you cheat on your test and you slept with your professor? Bitch, really? Girl, you're scandalous. Okay, let's go on to SM. SM, did you sleep with 5 people at SM? Let's see. This one. Girl, Mini Jen would turn a whole sheet of white. I'll be like, we can keep going. You want us to keep going? Oh, no? Okay, well, I need you to go ahead and resign. Sign this ND, sign this little here on the dotted line. You're not going to sue us. You just go now. Go now. Go now. Just go. Go and pull somebody else's pigtails. Go and get the hell out of here. She would have been gone. She would have been like, what? Well, yeah, girl. Like, if you don't sign this, we're going to expose you. She would have been like, okay. Bye. Have a good day. Okay, girl. All right. See you. Like, go ahead. Go catch your own company. Like, here we're going to give you your stock option. We're going to give you your put option. Take your $14 million and go on now. Like, go on. Leave New Jeans alone and go on, girl. Just bye. Like, don't make us expose you. You've been pulling pigtails since you was 5, bitch. Like, you didn't sleep with half of SM. Girl, go on. Go on. You were like, go on, girl. Like, I don't. Like, girl, gone before we expose you. She would have been gone. She would have been like, well, I resign. You know, it's been nice working here. Yeah, okay. I would have set up there like, say a few words for the staff, Mini Jen. Well, it's been nice working with you guys. And, yeah. Well, I hope everything works out. New Jeans, ladies, I'll still be supporting you. And I just want everything to work out for everybody. And, on to future and better things. Yay, Mini Jen. Yay. Girl. Yeah. Oh, it was a lovely speech, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so. Oh, that was a nice speech. Hello, Moonlight. What do we miss? Girl, you are late to the party. I'm just about to end this chat. We was talking about BTS updates. We were just talking about Mini Jen and HYBE. We talked about 21 earlier and stuff like that. You need desperately to work for HYBE. It would have been a wrap. I'm like, wrap this up, girl. Go. Like, good, yay! We wish you all future luck in your endeavor. I would even gave Mini Jen a gift basket. Here's your gift basket. Here, I'm carrying the basket. Here. Have a good day. Yep. Here's your gift basket. I would have even gave her a gift basket, y'all. I would have been like, yep, that's your going away gift basket. Lovely. She would have got a lovely gift basket on the way out the door. Like, then she would have been like, bye, like, bye, girl. Get your ass on. Get your ass on, bitch. Like, I would have been like, she would have ushered out the door and everything would have been over with. New Jeans would have been. Y'all like the shit gift basket. Oh, Is she Filipino? I defended Dara too. I said that I think that Park Bom is having a manic episode, that she is obviously struggling through some mental health issues. And I feel bad for everybody. I feel bad for Dara. I feel bad for 21. I feel bad for everybody. It's no winners in this situation, because 21 is a good group and they should be out there touring and performing. But Park Bom, I don't know. Like, from what I heard, she has mental health issues, and that's. Busan officials approached Jimin and JK's dad to work their way into convincing them to serve as ambassadors of whatchamacallit. Oh, I didn't know Dara grew up in the Philippines and she was an actress. That I had no idea. She's very beautiful. I saw her. I was like, well, she looking good. I would have offered the internal director job. She edited and leaked the market research docs because she had that job. Ah. All I know is that if I worked with HYBE, it would be a brand new day. It would not be like it was now. Like, things would be on lock. Even with the employees, I would make sure that they would understand the severity of not leaking things and being a team player with HYBE, because that's how it should be. But anyway, guys, I'm fixing to go to bed. It is, I don't know what time it is here. Let's see, I started at 7:30, 8:30, 8:30, 9:30, 9:30, 10:30. It's probably 11:30 here. Or around the 11:30 or midnight, around sometime around here. Woo-hoo! And I'm getting a little loopy, and I need to get me something to drink and get me something to eat, and I need to turn this heat off. It's hot in here. But anyway, everybody, sweet dreams. Busan has been trying for years and years. Oh, it's 11:52, so it's almost midnight here. Yoongi's birthday is coming up. I do have to say before I go, Yoongi's birthday is coming up. I have a lot of videos to work on tonight and tomorrow. It will be, usually last year, it was a Yoongi extravaganza for about 4 days. Like, I'd be drunk with power. And Yoongi, so you're gonna see a lot of Suga shorts, a lot of Suga videos between now and like the 10th. So I try to do, like, stretch things out. So I'm going to try to work on that tonight before I go to bed. I have like a couple of shorts that I need to edit, which won't take me very long. But yeah, you're going to see Yoongi, a lot of Yoongi shorts. I might do a Yoongi video, but I don't know what I should do a video about. I don't know. I don't know what I should do a video about. But if I think of something, I'll do it. But I know I'm going to do a bunch of shorts. So a bunch of thirst traps, a bunch of shorts, celebrating my bias. My bias. Oh. And hopefully on the 9th, he will do a Weverse. I am keeping my fingers crossed. I don't know about y'all, but I think there's a strong chance that he might come on his birthday. I am out of my mind with, like, just my fingers are crossed, my toes is crossed, my arms is crossed, my eyes is crossed, my underwear is crossed, everything is, well, no, my underwear is not crossed. I don't wear underwear. But I'm just saying everything's anyway, everything is crossed. I'm not kidding. It's the truth. I don't like underwear. Anyway, this is TMI. So hopefully he will do. You look like. I do. It needs air. Like, I can't. I haven't worn underwear in a long time. Always commando. Anyway, so. Anyway, I be cracking myself though. I just be shocking y'all all the time. Y'all just be like, what is happening? I just be shocking y'all with the truth. Y'all be like, what? So hopefully, like, girl, I didn't need to know that. Just a little FYI, just in case y'all wondered. But, so hopefully he'll do a live stream. And if he does a live stream, I'm going to record it. I'm going to repost it. Hopefully he'll have his little kitty on there. But again, I'm always trying to find new tools to do shorts. So I did like the little claymation shorts and things. I got a new tool that I'm messing with. I'm finna put out an RM one. Oh, speaking of RM, before I go, I just think about RM and them honey thighs. Ooh. I'm gonna do a whole video about RM and them honey thighs, honey. Them thighs had me like, girl, I was hypnotized. Girl, I wasn't hypnotized. I was hypnotized. Girl, I plan to make a shirt with them honey thighs, baby. I'm gonna make a RM honey thighs shirt. I'm gonna work on it tonight and tomorrow. The design. I was hypnotized, girl. They talking about RM and this honey thighs, baby. I was like, whoo, whoo. I was over here sweating. I am gonna make a new design and I'll let you guys know. I plan to work on it. I was thinking about it all day. I said I gotta make a honey thigh shirt, cause them honey thighs, baby. They made Jungkook join BTS. Jungkook said no, it was the honey thighs. I said what? I was like, oh, that was the reason why you joined. I would have joined too. I'd have been like, sign me up, baby. I would have saw them thighs and would have been like, all right, well, I'm gonna sign up. Them honey thighs will have you hypnotized. Yes. Always the Jungkook shirt of him giving the thumbs up is amazing. You need to see it. I need to see it. Yeah, he said he got that. I was so shocked. I was like, did he just talk about his thighs? And did they just show a montage, a mini montage of them honey thighs? Baby, I was like, wait a minute, hold up, bitch. I was like, wait, rewind. I ain't seen them honey thighs. That was a shot that I was like, they need to warn somebody. I didn't know about RM's honey thighs. Like, I didn't know them thighs was so thigh-in. Like, I didn't know them thighs was that strong. I was like, because this is normal. Yeah, they didn't react. They was just like, yeah, it was the thighs. I was like, ain't nobody, girl, I had never seen the thighs. I didn't know nothing about none of this. That they over here breaking my fragile little mind. I had to rewind the GQ video. I was like, is this a montage? I was like, girl, I told y'all. Yeah, it was hypnotized. I was hypnotized up in here. Them thighs had me. I'm like, shit. I was like, I would have joined too, child. Them thighs are enough to make somebody army. I need to catch up. Y'all talking about y'all late. Jasmine said me either. She didn't know what them thighs either. I said, RM got them strong thighs like that? I said, look, y'all, I got an addiction. I got a weakness for thighs. Like, that's why it shocked me, because like a man's thighs is kind of like, I like a man with muscular thighs. So that was just right up my alley. I said, oh, like I like a man with nice legs. I love a man with nice legs. I will fall in love with some nice legs. I tell you, I'm a basic bitch. I'm a very visual person. So if a man has some nice, strong, I dated a guy with some real strong thighs, and baby, okay, anyway, girl, them thighs was like a vice grip. Let me stop. I dated this dude. He was a runner, and he had these thighs. Girl, Jimin, yeah, I've seen Jimin. I dated a dude that was a runner, and he had these nice muscular legs. You know, these thighs would just be like, you better hold on, girl, bitch. You be holding on to the bed, just you better hold on. Girl, be holding on to the bed. Wait a minute. My stomach hurts. I be having some. Anyway, I'm finna go to bed, y'all. Y'all, good night. Thanks everybody for being here. Go back and rewatch the rewatch. Until next Saturday. Hopefully I'll be more innocent then. This is not the night. Just I'll be innocent then. And so I'm gonna work on some things. You guys have a good night. And remember, them thighs got you in a vice grip, and you just shaking your ass like a rag doll. You're like,